designed this speaker to amplify my thoughts so people will quit asking me for sandwiches. That should work, right?
I don't know what you're talking about, Space Ghost.
Go ahead,
My
Mohawk.
show was...
Yeah, we poked you with sticks till you fell down. Remember?
You sure I didn't harness the power of the sun?
No, it's definitely sticks. Beaten with sticks.
All right, go get 'em. How's it going, man? Ow! No! Ow! Ow! Not there! Ow! Ow!
Are you still here?
Welcome to the program.
I'm sorry. I thought the show was over.
It started?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream tonight. I am Black Eyed Peas, joined here with special guest Fury to cast tonight's semi-final match between Conduit Phoenix and Literal Monkeys. Fury, how you doing tonight?
Peas, I feel good. I'm back, a little bit rusty, but I do love me some casting. And from what I've seen recently, it seems like I haven't missed a whole lot in the way of what people are picking. So I'm pretty excited for, this to be my first game back as Monkeys and then Phoenix, two teams I used to coach, and then Phoenix, who I'll be coming back for. So you've been casting. what have you been noticing out of, at least from Phoenix? Anything that we should be expecting? Are they looking good?
Phoenix continues to impress on in all these leagues. They sometimes, even when people think that they aren't the favorite, they tend to somehow still squeak out some good games. They do have the classic Phoenix issues that we've always seen with Phoenix, where they will randomly throw the biggest lead I've ever seen. But other than that, that's shout out to Najan's random jungles he likes to pick. But other than that, yeah, Phoenix has been playing really well. Although I do know, looking at the names on Literal Monkeys, Pink Penguin, Singular Bread, like all of these people, definitely going to be a good team on the other side. I haven't really watched much of Titan. I've only really casted Phoenix games from this season, so I don't know much about the other teams. But I'm definitely curious to see how it goes and ready to see, hopefully, a good series tonight. Monkey's banning away Swain and Aphelios and Brand for their 3.
Yeah.
Phoenix gonna ban the Caitlyn and the Hui and the Jinx, it looks like it.
I had a Aphelios and Brand that was pretty much a given. That has to be taken away. And then the Hui and Caitlyn, those are 2 things that Phoenix have consistently taken out of drafts from the times that I've sat in with them. Kai'Sa is going to be a first pick. I don't know how I feel about that. I like the Ashe as a counter, and I do like the Ivern pickup here, only it is a little bit early for it, unless they're worried that Monkeys is going to take it.
Yeah, I think I've seen Bread play it before, so I think it could be a decent takeaway. Not 100% sure on that, but we also have seen Nasian play it time and time again, so I know it's a good pick. I agree it is a little early in the draft, but it kind of opens up to be able to pick less of an enchanter for support and maybe have some more like heavy engage and save that support for maybe counter pick here, picking Ivern in B2. The Udyr pick, though, I don't know how much I like that. I guess you can become CC immune for like a couple seconds to run the Ashe down, but it's still going to be hard to get anywhere close to melee range with Ashe and Ivern.
Yeah, I mean, Kai'Sa can use ult, right? To kind of get there. And then Udyr can too, but I don't think Kai'Sa really wants to be in the fray with an Ivern and Ashe right on top of each other, unless her team is already like getting in there. So they need a lot of engage, and Nautilus is gonna help. I think I'd like to see something like a Braum with this Ashe here. They don't have to pick an enchanter unless they're wanting to go for more of like a kill lane, because Kai'Sa and Nautilus, they're just wanting to constantly go aggro. I don't really see them poking a lot in this lane.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Braum would be pretty cool. I think even something like Lux or Blitzcrank could be okay. But I think Braum would be probably pretty nice. But we're just going to pick the cast before it gets banned in the second rotation. Another thing, I think you cast Grounded can prevent Kai'Sa from ulting. So that's pretty cool. I will say the Nautilus with Daisy in the fray, I don't know how often you're going to be getting good hooks during any sort of team fight. So I think that's a little bit of a questionable pick, but hopefully they can show their dominance during lane and prove me wrong.
Yeah, I think the main issue for Phoenix right now is they're very just kind of, they fight if they're looking directly at you. But Monkeys, if they get a good flank with Udyr, with Nautilus, with Kai'Sa, they could turn a decent fight around. Phoenix just want to fight one way. If they get surrounded, they're not looking good. We'll see what they grab up in these next couple of picks. But they need to pick something that can stop some kind of gank from Monkeys.
Yeah,
Braum's just gonna get banned away too.
Yeah, so they're not going to get the Braum pick there. So Phoenix gonna have to pick or ban one more thing here before they get into their 4th pick. The Talia is their ban. What will be their second ban? Looking to ban away some sort of top and mid. Could potentially ban away another cast counter. Don't really know what Cassiopeia counters are, because I don't really play mid or see cast unless it's played specifically by like Socks to Thighs. Like I don't really see this champion very often.
Yeah, it's typically something with just higher burst than Cassiopeia that she doesn't want to play against. There's Victor. That's a good ban. I mean, if Monkeys plays Rise, they could pick that, and that could be pretty hurtful to Cassiopeia. She can't really do much against him because he doesn't focus a whole lot on movement, except for his ult, which she can stop. But just solid one-on-one, Rise realistically should win that. And wave clear just about even on either side, so they could really push the wave in whatever matter they want to try to get their jungler to pop in as they ban away that Camille.
No Camille for
their
Dobbs.
final bans. Yeah, that's a good ban away. Can't let Dobbs on that. Tarek
So
with
they
the
do
Ash.
the pseudo enchanter, half enchanter, half like tanky engage. I kind of like it. It's we've seen Phoenix play Tarek a lot. They're pretty good at getting Tarek ults off at correct times and really just kind of winning games off of the unexpected invulnerability that Tarek provides. Like you expect it, but it's just it happens and it's still you just can't fight. And Phoenix is really good at playing off the back of those ults, at least in the past. This is looking like a just absolute regular normal Conduit Phoenix team from top to bottom so far. Fire, yeah, that's gonna make it tough to get a around. You place the baby cage around anybody. They don't have any ways to really not just get insta bursted other than Tarek ult.
Yeah, my biggest issue
Shield.
is still the same thing, is that monkeys have really great kind of maneuverability on how they want to play any of these fights.
Yeah.
They can come in from any angle. Viger could just throw a cage down, and they can come from any side of the map. Phoenix are really drafting for when that happens, I guess. Like, there's really no engage unless they use everything. There's plenty of disengage if monkeys try to go in with a Nautilus hook, with, you know, Udyr just running in, Kai's ultimate. They can play and kind of step back and kite away, but there's really no aggression that I'm seeing from their builds yet. It's just not that they can't do it. It's just against monkeys, it's not really possible if they play it correctly. Otherwise, they're just going for 1 or 2 kills at a time with an Ash ult and then maybe a castle. Then they're just completely left open for monkeys to fall in on them while having nothing left up.
Yeah, and that final pick, as we just missed, I'm gonna put it up on screen real quick. It is Cassante. Aatrox gonna be Aatrox is no, sorry, the final pick for monkeys. Aatrox for Phoenix, but Cassante will be the pickup for monkeys. It was a missed pick there for B5. So Aatrox will be the pick into that. I do think the Aatrox kind of rounds up Phoenix's comp pretty well. It kind of makes it so that they can fight from anywhere. Aatrox also can fight any number of people if he gets strong enough. I do think, though, the Cassante just ulting someone, especially if he can get on top of Cass or Ash and alter out of the fight, that's going to make the rest of the 4v4, I think, heavily in Monkey's favor. So I think we'll just have to wait and see how that goes.
Yeah, definitely. Aatrox is going to provide a lot of that disruption that they need for Udyr getting on top of him, Nautilus getting on top of him. But we'll see how the overall fights actually play out. If they actually play it that way, you know, like as casters outside looking in, we could say, hey, this is exactly what they should do. Whether or not that actually happens, we'll see.
Yeah, I think overall, I think I like Phoenix's comp a little more just because I think it seems a little bit more straightforward. Just don't ever like hard engage unless you see an Ash ult pick, and other than that, you're just kind of playing front to back and like make it hard for them. But I think Monkeys has like a potentially higher ceiling. If they can find good plays, I think they can definitely take over the game. But I think I give the edge just for ease of execution a little bit over to Phoenix.
Yeah, I think personally, I do like Monkey's build draft a lot better. It just looks, for me personally, because it's more well-rounded, I think it just looks safer to execute. Phoenix, it's just if one thing goes wrong in a fight, a mistimed Tarek ult, just a missed Cassiopeia ult, something like that, everything could just completely turn around. I have faith that they can play the fights well because they are just very good players. But the 5-on-5s is where I'm going to be a little bit iffy on. I think the early game, if they get ahead, I think they will. As long as they carry that into the late game, they'll be fine.
All right, well, you've heard it from us. That's our opinions on the draft. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get into game number 1. Shout out to Conduit. We got a sub button. If you want to support the channel, support the org, throw a subscribe out our way. It's easy, it's cheap. If you have Prime, you know, use that Prime instead of not using it. But if you don't, we're going to also have a quick 3-minute ad break during the break, just to make sure that you don't get any mid rolls during the match. So hang tight with us. We'll be back in 5 or so. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and thank you for sticking with us through that break. I'm Pease here, joined again by Fury as we get into game number 1 of this semi-final here between Conduit Phoenix and Literal Monkeys. Phoenix on the red side, Monkeys on the blue side. I always ask all of my other casters this question right at the beginning of the game. What do you think of everyone's runes, summoner spells, and starting items?
Oh boy, ask me for everything.
Does anything look out? Does anything stick
out?
out as weird to you?
I mean, Udyr doesn't have a pot.
Yeah, that means he's a better jungler.
Saving 50 cents.
It's actually the higher win rate to not take, like, because the junglers that don't take it are boosting the win rate because they're like more mastered with their champion, so they know they don't need it.
Oh my god. Okay, that makes sense.
It's like a 1.5% difference on League of Graphs. It's hilarious.
Is Ashe normally going ETA?
Yeah, because they nerfed Fleet and
Okay.
they've buffed PTA, so it's kind of like Fleet footwork used to be, but now it's just like a lot of ADCs will just take PTA. Conquerors never take it anymore. Lethal tempo doesn't exist.
Okay. And then I'm guessing, I don't know, maybe that's just me. I'm guessing that First Strike is still good. Has it been nerfed to the ground since I've left?
It's been nerfed but it's good on scalers. It's worse early game.
Okay.
Or I guess maybe not. They just nerfed it, so like people that can proc it a lot take it. So like it's really bad on junglers now, essentially.
So what, like Brand, Viego?
Yeah, and like like I used to take it on, like, not that this was good, I used to take it on like Neferi jungle and stuff. Kha'Zix used to take it, but now they just kind of made Dark Harvest replace that.
I haven't even seen the Fury get played yet. But speaking of Darken's top lane there, Dobbs getting the better of a trade on Fenback. Do you think, you said you kind of like that Cassante, right? How do you feel about Dobbs into him? You think Aatrox will scale it out? Do you think Fenback's be a problem?
I think Aatrox is actually a good pick into Cassante. Dobbs is really practiced on Aatrox, and I do think that that's a good pick. I think Cassante is just a really good champion if you are practiced on him, and if you aren't, then it's like it does nothing. So we're gonna kind of have to wait and see until like mid-game team fights to see how Cassante's doing. If Cassante can really, get someone out or just be the Giga Tank and find that ult, it's gonna be really good. But yeah, I like Dobbs into this.
That's really all he is, right? Isn't? I mean, he's notorious for being the champ that's worthless when his ult's not up, right? So if he uses that ult well, should swing pretty good fight for his team's favor. If not, that could look pretty good for him. But so far, Dobbs doing well up in the top, like he said. I mean, practice on Aatrox, practice in general. Great top laner, one of the most consistent in the league, I would say. Socks to thighs, a level down, a little bit of CS up, but definitely winning in the trades right now. Alf is having to sit pretty far back to not get poked out here.
Udyr just got spotted by the hawk shot, so no gank potential down here.
I feel like it was a little bit hard ganking that early with Udyr. Anyway, Socks to thighs doing a lot of damage.
Were you following the Udyr rework? Were you playing when that happened?
Yes. Yeah, I was around for that.
Yeah, I do agree it's a little difficult to gank, but sometimes if people just don't expect it, you just get some crazy flash stun and get a flash out or something.
Yeah, I lived right before Neferi was released. I was here for, I think the last thing I saw was that Udyr rework.
Oh, cool.
Which I like a lot. And I think it's a very strong champion if he gets ahead. I mean, for a while I thought he was a little bit too strong. I don't know what kind of changes they may have made to him at the moment. So I'm not sure really what he's looking like, but I'm sure if he's anywhere near the same as when he first came out, he can scale really hard and be a really big threat.
Yeah, he got pro-jailed, so they nerfed him a lot. He's been kind of a little bit different. He's still good, but he's like specifically good if you build like the really good tank build. A bit of an engage out of here from Not So Dark, lands the Taric stun, and Domination able to get the extra hits off on there. So a little bit of a one trade from Phoenix. Like I was saying though, Udyr still has crazy damage that people don't really use if you just go straight AD max Q. I have a friend of mine that does that, and he'll walk up to someone and kill him in like 3 auto attacks, and it's definitely a meme playstyle, but it's still strong.
Yeah, that Udyr can be scary. I remember when he was first doing it, everybody was going AP, so if AD is the pick now, Pink Penguin.
Oh, Pink Penguin getting caught out here and gonna have to flash into the Dragon Pit. Socks to Thighs gonna follow up. Pink Penguin will knock the Drake up, but it's not gonna matter because Socks still able to get the finish off. Nasia getting run down here by Singular Bread, pops the shield, misses the stun though, and we'll just have to get on out of there. Dragon chasing him down, but a first blood kill going over to Socks to Thighs.
Great pick. Unfortunately, had to flash over the wall for it, but flash for flash isn't terrible. It's just Alpha will be level 6 soon. Got to be careful in the mid lane for that kill. Other than that, I feel like right afterwards, Singular Bread and Alf may have been on different pages there. I feel like they could have turned around and fought that, especially with the fact that Dragon, being the Fire Drake, was doing so much damage to Socks. But they just weren't there at the right time, and everybody ends up getting out after the one kill off Pink Penguin, who's going to have to take the long walk back to bot lane.
The long walk of shame, indeed. I think it's just one of those situations of me mid lane, me like minion, and that's why there wasn't the roam from the Vigar there. Have to get those stacks going. Well played out of Conduit, though. I don't even know like what made them be in that bush, but it's cool to see that they were there and to get that kill. I'd like to see who's going to start getting Drakes first, because I feel like both teams have good scaling. You got the Vigar, right, and the Kaisa. They're pretty good scaling. On the other side, you have Cassiopeia and Ashe. So right now, it's looking like it's going to be actually the side of Monkey starting that Drake, and it's going to be a trade for the other objective.
Trade for the what do you call those things? Grumps or something like
grubs,
that? What are they
the
called?
grubs.
Grubs?
Void grubs.
Yeah, they're trading for void grubs, which I don't know the gold difference on those things yet. But Fire Drake being the first Drake is pretty strong.
Yeah, Void Grubs don't really... I mean, the gold to them is how good you are at hitting turrets. Because the way it works is the damage isn't going to change how much you're attacking turrets. It just changes... It's just a flat proc. It's like a red buff. So it doesn't matter, like, if you are Trundle and you're hitting the turret 100 times, that Void Grub buff will do the same amount of damage as if you're, like, Vigar auto-attacking it slowly. So it's almost better for teams that have worse pushing power, unless you get 6, and then you get the 2 little Void Mites with you. Then it's just insane. Your pushing power becomes incredibly unstoppable.
Now, does that give you to the whole team, or is that just whoever takes it?
Yeah, it's a team-wide buff. So if you get the Void Grubs, for each grub, it'll increase the amount of damage that the red buff proc is going to do to towers. And then once you hit 4, every time you're near and start attacking the tower, each player spawns a Void Mite. And then when you get to 6, you get 2 of those. Dobbs is in a position here, though. Fenblock ulting in and flashing away, but will get the unstoppable and gets out without dying. Singular Bread's trying to do damage, but Dobbs doing insane damage back. Actually flashes away. I thought he might have even gotten the kill there.
I think he probably could have won that fight, if I'm honest, but I don't know if he trusted himself on it. I'll take that getting away as a win. You go into a 2v1 and you come out, you're not dead. That's a pretty big win for me.
Both enemy flashes.
Take the resets. Exactly, that too. Bread flashes. That's all of Udyr's initiation there. And then Fenback ulting in and then flashing right back out. I don't know how I feel about that strat. Usually you just want to fully commit to that. Maybe they get a kill there, but it seemed like just a lot of uncertainty happening in the top lane. Wave just resets and nothing else really happening across the map there. Socks to Thighs, though, garnishing a pretty sizable lead in the mid lane there now. About 600 gold up over Alpha, about 20 CS. So looking good in that part. And then bot lane, Ashe, 11 CS. Not that big of a difference. But Udyr, very ahead of Nation right now, which is not something that I thought I'd
Nation's about to get 12 CS, though. So he was down 30, and now he's about to be only down, 18?
Full clear now.
Yeah, so he's doing the thing where he marks everything and then comes and clears it back. He'll always be a little bit behind just because he's been trying to gank, but yeah, that's it's always funny watching his CS go up not at all, and then suddenly he gets like 24 CS just walking bot the top.
Just immediately all jumps up. Nation is sitting in the bot lane. He's looking for a gank, but he's stopping the back, so he might be seeing something here in the bot very soon.
We got camp name and spawning and timer because Riot still hasn't fixed spectator client.
When are they ever going to? It's been broken for 10 years. Never gonna fix it. Oh, Sasha in a predicament here.
This is not a good spot. Oh, there's gonna be the ult, yeah. And it's kill goes over in the Vigar lap, the best buff Vigar ever got.
Vigar just throws down the cage. There are no minions backing up Socks there, and just walks face first into his death. A Singular Bread could walk up into the red side of the map here, clear out some vision, gonna get the TP out of Socks, get back into the mid lane, and now Dobbs may be in trouble up top.
Yeah, Dobbs is in a bit of a spot for sure. Udyr's gonna run at him really fast, but there's no flash. Cassandre lands the Q3 though, and then gets him into the wall and ults him back, and Dobbs just cannot move. Gets destroyed. Nautilus not even needed, and that's going to mean that those Void Grubs are going to go over to the side of literal monkeys, and we will not be having any Void Mites spawning this game.
So that gank went very well. It took a little bit for Pink Penguin to get into it. I don't think he
No
He
assist.
didn't even get the assist on that, but he was there for moral support, and that's all you can really ask for. They still get the kill. Nice knock into the wall there from Fenback. They recognize there's no flash on Dobbs. He popped the ult, did not save him, and now they're going to
Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits Kaisa. They pop the they get the flash and the cleanse out. That's really good ward that they had in that bush up there that Kaisa thought she was safe to back it.
They need to set up around this Drake now. They're all on the bot side of the map except for Dobbs. They need to at least trade the Void Grubs here.
Yeah, and if they can get this Hextech Drake for Knowledge is going to start with the ult to make sure that the dredge line hits. Baby Cage is there, but Nautilus is going to get grounded and ulted and stunned, and he is just not alive for this world. That's going to be almost a guaranteed Drake secure over to Conduit Phoenix.
I don't know. I mean, I imagine Alf maybe called for that by saying he had his ult up, which he does, but I think that was just a really weird overexertion. They didn't have to go for that play there. Pink Penguin all in under turret. I mean, Cass has my asthma. You're not going to be able to flash out, so that was a pretty easy kill going to Sox.
I think Penguin was probably hoping that Alf would land the cage immediately, so that way the cage like stuns him off of the dredge line. But it wasn't going to work out that way. Nasian getting ran down here. The grounded's going to be here. Shield, big shield, huge ult out of Sox to thighs. This root comes out of Nasian as well, and Singular Bread is going to die for that. And Alf's going to search for a kill in the Nasian with his Q, but Nasian's too far away. And another beautiful pickup from Conduit, what looked to be Conduit getting caught out.
Yeah, Monkeys get a little bit aggressive there, chasing Nasian through the jungle, and it ends up going into Conduit's favor. Monkeys not looking terrible right now, but they are giving up a couple of kills that they shouldn't have. So they're on a slight deficit to gold. They need to pull it back a little bit, get back into their footing, refine what they want to do here, just start farming back up again, looking for picks like they have been. Conduit need to go on the aggressive now as a fight opens up in the top lane.
Yeah,
Conduit's see anything out of it.
Conduit's still down in gold.
Now they're down. Now it's flipped by about 300.
Yeah, like Conduit's like about even. They're basically dead even. It's kind of you'd think that like, I guess it's even Drakes, even Void Grubs. So it's all about CS because one kill is only 300 gold. So it is coming down to that CS and the Udyr versus Nasian. So yeah, Singular Bread versus Nasian is probably where a majority of this lead is coming from for Monkeys here. That's a crazy amount of CS lead actually.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of bringing it up earlier. I know you're saying that obviously Nasian goes through and then picks up some CS on the way after ganking, but I feel like
he doesn't have anything worked. Like he's just that
going
down.
very slow. Like it could be faster for sure.
Yeah, I will say 3 assists to 1 though. So I mean, I guess there's that. He's got 2 extra assists, but man, 50 CS is a lot to be down in 14 minutes. Although Conduit's probably going to get this tower.
They gotta be quick. They should be able to grab it here. One more minion will hold it, and they will get that first turret.
Yeah, first tower definitely going down over for Conduit, so making this Rift Herald a little bit less important, less of a victory for Monkeys because they already lost their first tower, first break over to Conduit. You can now try to use that to break open top or mid and kind of have an opposite side of the map counter. And Conduit doesn't realize that they're sitting on a ward.
Yeah, that's going to immediately get that stopped. Dark is going to have to... There we go. Now he sweeps it. He usually sweeps the bush first.
The double sweep, the panic. Oh, shit, there's a ward here.
This is the problem with Ivern, though. It's like... Conduit can take these fights.
Socks to thighs hitting in the stun, missing the ult. Singular Bread just flashing in. Socks to thighs gets the kill and flashes away. Enchanted Crystal Arrow just barely going to go wide. But Socks is healing so much. But Domination has to be careful. No, he's going to get hit by the dredge line, knocked up by the Nautilus ult. Nasian's going to get the shield, and it's enough to make it a 2 for 2.
And that's going to be a dubstep ignite, and then Singular Bread gets the final hit for the kill. Domination just gets a little bit too greedy there. A lot of tunnel vision. Socks to thighs ends up getting the Vigar, killing Alf, and then taking Singular Bread down incredibly low. Still a decent trade, all in all. Just very risky. Didn't have to be as aggressive as it was. They probably could have just traded that 1 for 1.
I want to know how much that Conqueror did there, because that was crazy. He healed 184 this game. It had to have been partially off of that fight. Like, a lot of that had to have been that fight. That's insane that Thighs lasted that long.
It really is. Yeah, the fact that Thighs was able to survive. I think there was one auto attack, but he got an E off just in time to heal him enough to where it didn't kill him. And that is kind of just what was the nail in Alp's coffin.
Yeah, and Alp flashing there too and losing the flash. Now, granted, so did Thighs, but you lose the flash and die. It's always going to be a little bit tougher there. And we got Udyr just clearing the mid lane here, just kind of looking around the map, trying to figure out what to do. Now Nation can go pick up all of CS.
Yeah, he's going to run through that blue side. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this setup, though. We're about to see a dragon fight, potentially. We got 20 seconds. TP's coming through in the mid lane here for Sox. Looks like they may be looking to contest it.
Crucially, Dobbs is top.
Not here is Dobbs. Dobbs, no TP. He doesn't have a whole lot of push potential. I'd like to probably see him move down into the mid lane right now to contest this.
We're driving a car. And they're going to go in. Not so Dark's going to land the stun. Here comes the ultimate on a Taric. Going to go ahead and protect. Dark is stunned up, but it doesn't matter. He can't take any damage at all. But they're still going to get 2 kills only for 1 because it's a 5v4. Domination trying to do as much damage as they can, but they're stuck inside of the baby cage. That's so much damage. Kaisa just afraid to walk up because of the Cassiopeia here. And it ends up still being a 2 for only 1, even with that Taric ult and a really nice engage on a Conduit because they didn't have Dobbs.
Yeah, they're going to get that tower. They're going to trade a Mountain Drake for it, though, and that is going to be our soul coming through here. So either one of these teams gets 3 mountains. That's going to be very hard to kill them. You'd rather see that on, like, Dobbs and Thighs for the side of Conduit. But if Monkeys picks that up, Cassante, Udyr, and Penguin are all going to be problems. Penguin being on that Nautilus.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. You don't want to try to... If Conduit does not want to give up any more Drakes, especially not the Soul. 3, like you said, 3 mountains with that extra shield will be tough. That shield from Nation, though, is just so big. You take an entire turret shot. And it's such a low cooldown, too. That champion's fair.
Yeah, this is where Nation's going to start coming into his own here, about the 20-minute mark. He's got that Moonstone already built, going for his next item. Once he builds that second item, it's going to be hard to kill anybody that he's around, really, unless you're completely locking them down. And if you're really focusing all of that on one person, then other people are just going to kill you. So you have to be careful coming into these fights as Monkeys. Try to look for picks. Try to just go wherever Nation is not. Basically, kind of keep playing how you're playing. Try to get picks as much as you can. Bot side, we're seeing Soxathize push in the bot, trying to go for that next turret. How do you feel about Veigar going on that Ludens item first?
I think that's what Veigars have been doing lately. Just because I think like the old like utility Veigar is just not as popular anymore, to the point where I like don't even see it. And like the bruisery Veigar that was building Roa when Roa came back, that's like lost all of its popularity. It's still played, might even have a higher win rate, but last time I looked into this was a patch ago, and it was like almost 5 times the amount of games on like the AP burst one. He's probably going to be going for a death cap next, and then it's just going to be like Zanya's after that, and it's just Veigar just basically wants to press R and one-shot someone and then have like fight from there. So I like it, although I do like the infinite mana Roa Seraph's version of Veigar quite a lot.
I mean, this build makes sense when you have Cassiopeia and Ashe as the 2 main carries, right? You want to be able to just control alt delete. Aatrox not really going to be tanky just yet, so even if Veigar goes head to head with him, still do a lot of damage. So I do like the AP build on it here. 3 stacks on that Dark Seal. When you're Veigar, probably want to see that getting close to being a Medjai's at this point, maybe like 10 stacks on it. So he's still got a little bit of a ways to go, but I think that the team should really be focusing him in these fights immediately, trying to burst him down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I actually don't even know what like build Dobbs is going to be going on this, because last I checked on Aatrox, which was also the same time last patch, there wasn't a start of that item, the Black Cleaver. However, I think it's probably better. I think Aatrox starting Black Cleaver is good. I think Eclipse is overrated. Although I do think Eclipse is good. But he's probably getting that Sundered Sky next, if I had to guess. Because that's going to give you a lot of healing, a lot of potential to stay into these fights. 0-1-0 though, Dobbs hasn't really gotten a chance to do much except for outplay them a couple times, but never got a kill. I'm very excited to see Dobbs once we get into some team fights.
I can only imagine he's probably bored up there, knowing Dobbs, he likes going for kills, but since he's playing against such a just tanky bruiser healer, it's hard to really get any kind of kill on him. But still ahead in the CS department, not looking too bad. You don't think he's going for like Sterix next, maybe, with that Caulfield?
I mean, maybe. I think Caulfield's builds into Sundered Sky. I'd be surprised if it's Sterix, but I mean, that's another Aatrox item. They all build the same items. They all build the same items.
I don't know all the new items or what people are building anymore.
Fenbach's gonna really try to look to alt Tarek over this wall, and he gets the all over the wall, but meanwhile over here, Conduit catching out Singular Bread. Bread's gonna be dead over here, and Fenbach's gonna flash the Tarek stun. The Nautilus coming all the way down mid lane, causing Socks to thighs to flash away. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes in and hits Nautilus, and they're trying to do damage. They gotta be careful. They get another flash out of them. That is 4 flashes from Conduit this fight, or that Conduit has gotten out of Monkeys for this fight. And I think it's 3 on the other side.
That was a really good fight overall. That was Singular Bread going down. That was Fedbach going down. And that actually might be it.
Yeah, just the 1 kill, but 4 flashes for 3 flashes too. That's just like, next fight can't do that.
Yeah, that's gonna be either Baron or Drake. Looks like we're seeing pings for the Drake, but vision around the Baron for Conduit. Slowly making the way down. Cassiope is there already. Late backs coming in from Monkeys here. I don't know if they're really going to be able to contest this Drake.
Yeah, I really don't know either, but they're trying. At least Bread wants to look. But Tarek's going to rock at him, get the ward down, and yeah, Bread's going to take the Blast Cone down into the Krugs, and they're going to lose Drake and a mid tower.
Wow, so no trade at all there. We're going to see a TP from Dobbs going into the top side. I don't think he needed to do that, but I think he just wants to do good to grab that nice chunk of CS up there. Now, all they have to worry about is that Baron. You just need to play for that, keep vision up in the top side of the map. They have no TPs, though, is the biggest issue, so you can't really send anybody bot lane to slit. You really should start pulling people up to the mid and top side.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It seems like Conduit's just kind of playing the map a little bit better when it comes to macro. Just being able to get all of these objectives that they've gotten. And so that'd be pretty cool. I would like to see some topside play out of really just out of Monkeys, but that mid tower, they need to get that mid tower in return. It's got like no HP. You can huff puff and blow that tower down any second here just by getting a minion wave up to it. Vigar though is going to stay in the bot lane, and Socks to Thighs is not there to match, so I wonder who's going to go down there.
It looks like Socks is going to rotate back down that way. Alpha going to clear out some vision. Taylor grabbing his buffs. At this point, can he gift? He can, right? The red and blue buffs?
Yeah, so once Baron spawns, everyone gets the buff when you take it.
Oh.
So
okay.
after your smite is upgraded, or like there's a certain time in the game, I think it's once your smite is upgraded, the buff like becomes like an Ivern, the old Ivern passive. And then once Baron spawns, all buffs are team wide. You kill the buff, and all 5 players on the team that gets that buff. Okay, so it makes stealing buffs away. It makes stealing buffs away way stronger.
Okay, that's actually kind of sick.
Yeah, it's really nice because like it when you're the jungler and you're like, hey, I'm gonna get blue buff, I now get to say, hey, I'm getting blue buff for us. But speaking of getting blue buff, they're about to kill Singular Bread and take his blue buff. Oh, he gets the shield out, but the Tarek stun is just enough. Meanwhile, topside, Fenbach having to ult and dash away to try to get away from Dobbs, but Dobbs lands the W and is able to get in there potentially. Oh, one more Q might do it. Gets Q3'd back up and gets hit by Kaisa. Kaisa's gonna ult into the fight too. Dobbs has to get out, and somehow Fenbach lives. And that, I know what the somehow is. He's freaking Cassante.
I know why he lived. It's because Dobbs flashed anticipating Fenbach to dodge, and he didn't, so he flashed over him on Q3. It was just an
Oh my
unfortunate
gosh,
timing there.
Penguin's
The
just going
fight-
in on this. Tarek ult's gonna come down. It looks like the ult got used on the Tarek, and they're turning the fight and keeping Baron aggro too. They're gonna get the kill here onto Cassante. Vigar's trying to get damage done, but they need to stay on here because Bread can show up and get the smite depending on how long they delay this. Just finish the Baron and get the smite off. Dobbs gets it, but Cassiopeia and Ash both fall inside of Conduit. Penguin's gonna fall as well. 3 for 2 plus Baron to Conduit.
Alf saving his ult for a very long time there, unable to get the kill until right at the end when he trades onto Domination. Socks to Thighs goes down, but 3 fall on the other side for Monkeys. Fenbach, Alpha, and Pink Penguin going down as Phoenix grab that Baron. Still no towers down for Monkeys. They need to work their way in through that mid lane, at least get some gold off that tower. At this point here, they're down 4k gold. It's not looking good. Nation really starting to get strong now. He's got that redemption finished. You're seeing those shields come through. He is negating so much damage in each of these fights.
Yeah, Tarek all huge as well during that fight. They're sitting tanking Baron and fighting back, and Tarek all comes through to save them from not having to take damage from Baron or the enemy team while able to get that first pick that they got, knowing that Bread was dead, not having to worry about anything. But now they have to have their sights set to using this Baron, getting some good push, seeing if they can break open an inhibitor tower, maybe even getting an inhibitor in the next 2.5 minutes that they have left with this Baron.
Yeah, this could be really big. They have that dragon coming up, obviously. I imagine they're going to go ahead and get themselves situated around that. Dobbs is running away top, pulled 3 people top with Drake coming up. I almost said Drake and Dragon at like the same time. That just came out really weird from my mouth. That'll come out in 30 seconds, though. They're pushing through the mid lane.
Yeah,
trying to meet
Dobbs
them in the jungle.
Dobbs keeping Fenbach up here. Crucially, Dobbs has teleport and Fenbach doesn't, so Dobbs can get this wave shoved in and then back off to look for a TP. Enchanted Crystal Arrow just missed in the mid lane, and Socks the Thighs getting a little bit of damage on the Penguin, but has to be careful. Does not want to get hit by that dredge line to get pulled into the baby cage at any point. The flash dredge line, and there it is onto the baby cage. Will the damage come out? It's not enough. They get Tarek, they get the Zanyas out, but they don't get the kill. Dobbs doesn't even have to teleport. He's down here in the mid lane because he had the wave shoving. Conduit is going to have huge prio onto this Drake.
This is still going to be dangerous, though. No barrier yet for Domination.
Yeah.
It's like Dobbs pulling some aggro. Singular Bread is just going to run straight at him.
Yeah, Socks the Thighs teleporting into the pit as well. They use the hawk shot. They can see where everybody is. Bread's going to run in. They're going to get the stuns. They're going to get all the CC. They're not hitting the Drake. Oh, and Red Team gets it from Domination. Bread is dead, but Dobbs dies on the other side of the fight. Front to back. Oh, Nation got pulled, or Dark got pulled out of the fight as well. So Tarek's dead. And on the other side, another support for support. The fight is going to continue, though. People stuck in the cage. That's a lot of damage on the thighs. Fox has to get out of there. And, oh my gosh, Cassandre is going in for some damage. He's flashing in with the Q3. Domination's dead. There's the Vigar ult. And it's a 3 for 2. And Monkeys wins that trade. However, Conduit does get the Drake.
Yeah, overall, not a good fight for Phoenix. They took way too long. They just let Bread walk into that dragon and just beat it down instead of just immediately focusing him. So they were able to kind of stall that Drake for a second. They end up getting it, but Dobbs falls immediately because no one else is there with him, and everybody just saved their ults for the rest of that fight. Very well played from Monkeys to even this back up to 1.4k gold lead to the 4,000 they were just at right before that fight.
Yeah, the Baron, the Baron power play, not looking as big of a, not having as much power, you could say, as it looked like it was going to before that dragon fight. Dobbs is going in and wanting to fight this guy. Finbuck actually cues back into him, does get the soul into Dobbs though, and Dobbs will just soak up this wave. We have Conduit kind of in their jungle. That is a lot of Conduit vision in the monkey side of the jungle up here, but they will get spotted from that Scry's bloom.
It's gonna immediately all get cleared out, unfortunately, but love that they had it at least.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know who wins that extended fight. I feel like Fenbach might win the extended fight against Dobbs. I need to see them actually go at it, because I'm not entirely sure what those new items do. He did build that Sundered Sky, like you said he was going to.
Yeah,
Casante's scary.
Now, What is that next item he's going for? Is that a Death's Dance?
Whatever Tunneler builds into. I've never seen that in my life.
You never seen the Tunneler in your
I've
life?
never seen that in my life. This is all new to me.
I'm trying to think what that builds into. It might actually build into Sterix, now that I think about it. Yeah, he's either getting Sterix or Hullbreaker. There's no way he's getting anything else, because it builds in like Titanic as well. But he's probably getting Sterix Gauge 3rd, which would make sense. I build a lot of Tunneler. I play a lot of Trundle and Warwick and champions that build Titanic Hydra. But yeah, Sterix is a pickaxe, Tunneler, and another crystal. So it will be that Sterix Gauge 3rd. So he will just be like the beefy, I'm a bruiser and I heal while fighting you champion. We'll have to see how well that plays out. They have recently changed Aatrox like a month-ish ago, maybe a little bit longer, to where he's no longer really good at that like straight up assassinate you build, and this is the better build now. I think I could have that wrong and it's reversed, but I think that this is the better build now for Aatrox. But we'll just have to wait and see. Up here though, Baron spawning, and again the top laner's alone in the lane on the side.
Yeah, both of them have their TP up as well. Dobbs is losing these fights, as we're seeing here. Now, he's not really getting the Qs dead centered, so that could be a big part of it. But Cassante doing a lot of damage with that Thornmail in these fights with the help of those minions. Like you said, Baron's up. Nobody really getting set around it, though. Just some tentative vision in the area on the top side, but nobody really setting themselves up for it. Next Drake in a minute 10, that's going to be sole point for Phoenix. Would love to see them go for that. They need the sustainability in the fights, especially with Alf doing so much damage now. And Yomi coming back into this game out of nowhere, was really down in CS early on, and now suddenly 3-0-4. I feel like that's just the way of the bot lane. It's just you do nothing all game, and then suddenly you are popping off. And yeah, that is what Yomi's doing.
3-0-4, up 20 CS, got that huge shutdown. Like, yeah, honestly, kind of playing out of their mind with the fact that they haven't died in any of these fights.
Yeah, playing very well. 550 gold shutdown. Phoenix need to look to see if they can sequester themselves some of that gold. Kaisa, Nautilus, Udyr in the mid lane right now, working their way down towards the bot. They're looking for this Drake. 25 seconds. Bread, a little caught out here in the mid lane. Pink Penguin's going to show up to give him some assistance.
Ooh, Dredge line goes a little bit wide, but I don't know if you would have wanted that.
This fight's about to get cracked wide open here. Yeah, I'm not going to talk.
Dobbs is potentially pinched between the two of them here because Fenbach is moving up. A little bit of a poke damage out of Socks to Thighs, but they got to be careful. They are getting pushed out. Fenbach is just running at Dobbs and is trying to pull everyone back over here, and it's going to work. The Taric stun's not going to be enough, but they are just falling for this bait onto Fenbach, and Fenbach is going to look to try to ult someone out of this fight, just as I called at the beginning, and that is just going to be an instantly dead Cassiopeia. Nothing they can do. Fenbach ulting Dobbs back over the wall. Najin having to run away. Not so dark having to flash away, but a lot of damage coming back. But I said a lot of damage coming back. Never mind. Alf just deleting Najin from this fight, and Conduit can't even look at the Drake.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Conduit. That was a pretty bad fight. They just focused so hard on Cassante. Socks and Thighs ended up going down. They have to back off the fight. They just don't have the damage for it. And now we're going to see Monkeys immediately run to this Baron. It's going to be contested. I don't want to say it's going to go uncontested, but I'm going to say contested in quotes, because I don't think this is going to be a real contestation.
Yeah, Najin might look to flash steal it, but he's not even going to get there in time. So.
Nah, that's what I mean. Oh, maybe? Oh, he probably could.
If he walked straight there and not the long way, he would have actually been able to have a potential to get something there. But yeah, so just like that, gold lead, side of Monkeys, Dragon's Tide, Baron over to their side, a lot of standing gold, have only gotten one tower, so could still collect these other towers to push this gold lead even further.
Yeah, this is not good. Phoenix were at a 4K gold lead through a bad fight and then gave up that. Now we're at a 1,100 gold deficit. They need to turn themselves around. They need to actually communicate and focus on who they're going to go for in these fights, because it's almost apparent to me that they're just really not. They get into these 5-on-5 fights, and Socks and Thighs is focusing one person, Najin's on the back, Dobbs is trying to keep Fenbach as far away as possible. and Domination Dark are
It's
kind
gonna
of
be a
just
lot of
getting blown
damage.
up by Alf.
Oh, Sox is going to have to drop that. A lot of damage coming in on the Fenbach, but unfortunately that's Cassante. You don't really care. Ooh, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto there too, but the Baby Cage lands onto everyone. Not So Darks gets the Tarek ult down in time, and Dobbs is in the middle of all of them getting huge damage. Alf is dead. Cassante is dead. This is the fight that Conduit's been looking for this entire fight. Dobbs with the Flash Q3, getting a ton of damage down. Yomo's finally
Oh
gonna
my
die,
God.
gets pulled back. Aatrox absolutely carrying this fight. Conduit might even look to try to end 50-second death timers.
So right as I said, they need to focus on who they want to hit. They did that, so I'm very glad they did immediately.
Yeah, they
Just focused down Fenbach. Like everybody actually went onto him instead of dancing around him. Got the immediate kill.
the
and
minions are here.
actually,
Oh, they got
Oh.
Singular Bread caught out. They have the potential minions. If you just tank and leave your minions alive, you have 15 seconds left until anybody on the other team can show up. You might be able to end the game here with these minions.
10 seconds on Vigar, 7
Oh,
on
they have
Nautilus.
Daisy
Dark
back
is
too.
gonna start.
Dark is gonna tank. I think this
This is
might
the end
be
of the
it.
game.
Alf is up.
Wow.
Big Penguin's up, but I don't think it matters. Conduit off of a single fight, pull the game out of nowhere and take game one.
Wow. Just a 35 minutes of gameplay thrown away in 15 seconds. That just is a League of Legends in a nutshell. Really back and forth. I love that game, by the way. That was so back and forth for both teams. Either could have won in that last fight, and Phoenix just got a really good pick and was able to scale from that. Very well played.
Yeah, Dobbs with 31,000 damage, out-damaging the Vigar. Wow. Dobbs might have been 0-1-0 at one point, but he definitely got a lot of damage. I know a lot of that's going to be smacking a Cassante for half the game. But that last fight, he was on top, exactly what I said that he does. He gets on top of everyone and does a ton of damage to everyone at once. And that's what he did. He got in there and he was landing those Qs at the crit points and just, man, was able to stay on top of everyone, landed the E to pull, or the W to pull him back as well, and just easily carried that last fight after Sox getting caught out ended up being a bait for the entire team of Phoenix. But man, Alf and Yomi playing incredibly well that game. Only one death to the Kaisa after being down so much early is really impressive.
Yeah, Monkeys played very well that game. Phoenix did too. Both teams obviously had a couple of missteps and a couple of fights there, which really swung the gold in either direction. But we'll see what happens going into game number 2 of this best of 5 series. We're going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back with you guys for game number 2, Monkeys versus Phoenix. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the stream. I am Totally Not Fury, joined here by Totally Not Black Eyed Peas. And how you doing after that first game?
I'm doing well. I like that game a lot. I hope we see more back and forth this game. That was just really exciting to watch. They are on the same sides, I believe, it looks like.
Correct.
Saying Monkeys on blue and Phoenix on red. I really want to see if they change anything draft-wise. Monkeys, they really pulled off the team comp a couple of times in that. We saw a lot of really good flash over the walls, baby cages for setups on ganks. Really good just overall fighting from them surrounding Phoenix like I thought they would. But like you had said, Aatrox, Dobbs, and the Taric ultimates, the Iron shielding was just too much for Monkeys to really overcome.
Yeah, it's that one fight, right? When you're saying how doomed it is for Conduit, they pull out the victory off the craziest fight. We're saying that they're going to have to change some things up, and it looks like they swapped the brand band for the Ash band. They do not want to see Phoenix have Ash again, but that leaves Brand up. Now we got to see if they're going to ban the Jinx again, and they will. So Brand is
I
open.
thought Phoenix was going to ban it, and
Yeah.
they just left the brand up. I think that's crazy, unless they have something that they really want to play into it. But genuinely, I thought that was going to be a brand ban. They must really not want to see Jinx.
Yeah, now I wonder if that is a Bread brand or an Alpha brand. Because the cool thing about Phoenix is that can be flexed 4 ways, because even Dobbs is a huge brand player. So it's like, ooh, Xin Zhao. Man, I love me some Xin, but you have to have like a really, really good like support staff around you. Like you have like a Karma and a Lulu or something with you, you're feeling good. If an Asian picks that what's it called, and this Xin actually goes top, that'd be insane.
Yeah, that must be a brand jungle then, or what they're thinking if they're picking Xin this early. I feel like they maybe could have waited for a second there, but they're actually go ahead and grab it up. I feel like maybe grabbing Braum would be good to stop that brand ultimate.
Oh, come on.
Monkeys may look to grab it here if they want to take it away from Phoenix, because they did what do you call it? They made sure they banned it last time, but that was in the second round. So
now Xin, if Brand ults the Xin and he puts the thing up, it still bounces to other people, right? It just doesn't do damage to him.
Yeah, to him it just bounces off of him. Doesn't do damage to him, but does damage to everybody else. Braum, as soon as it hits his shield, it's negated.
Well, Kog'Maw can never walk up ever because they have a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, that's gonna be a bit of an issue. As I mean, Phoenix, as long as they sit back and just chill and farm, this needs to be a game where you leave bot lane alone, really, and just let Kog'Maw just try to free farm.
Hashtag leave Brittany alone. I agree. 1 second left to make this pick. It'll be the Kaisa again. Kaisa Brand, though, that is some big damage in the mid game.
I think you have to go Braum here, genuinely. I don't think there's another support here that makes sense. I mean, with Kog'Maw, it's not ideal.
I think
to go
Renata's
Brand,
fine.
it's not as easy to proc his passive, but you have to be able to stop Brand and Kaisa from doing damage.
Right, I think Renata can do that. But I do agree, Braum is pretty big. The Dobbs, Camille, saving support for R4, meaning you're going to have Braum banned again, most likely.
Probably. I would imagine so. I don't see why they wouldn't get rid of it. They got rid of it last game. They have the champions that basically would be immediately stopped by Braum, so I think it's smart to just get rid of it.
Yeah, we'll have to see, though, and there it is.
Yeah, that's
not surprising.
Sure, ban. No,
but Cassante Renekton, so no Crocodile and no Lil Nas X in the top lane for Monkeys.
Oh, and then a Lucian ban. Who are they banning that away from?
Lucian can go mid now.
Socks?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Back there, a lot of AD on Phoenix right now. Probably grab up some AP tank. Poppy support more than likely.
You know what? It's not mid. And Camille's probably also not mid. So yeah, I hope
probably,
that's support.
I feel like that's Dobbs on the Camille. Unless it's like Cogmaw mid and they're flipping it around, I don't know. I feel like they may be thinking of ways to flex this around, but that's a bit iffy right now. They have got a lot of engage. It's just hard for them to get back out of any fights. And then if they all go in, Cogma is left wide open. I mean, he is going to be 3 screens away, but they're going to be able to get to him if they want to.
I don't know if I like the Corky here. But maybe it's Cogmaw AP mid, and we're about to see something crazy.
Corky doesn't have package anymore, right?
Correct. Corky, they tried to turn into an ADC and instead made him an even better mid laner.
That is fucking crazy. So his main engage is just gone. So I was going to say it would work with the team, but he can't do that anymore. It's not Cogmaw mid. It's Ari mid.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be. Shout out to JJH. With that Cogmaw mid. Ari mid, I think, is pretty good. It's pretty good into Corky, I think. It can match roams or even out roam, shove in the wave just like Corky's going to try to. Pretty good at dodging. Zach into Poppy, kind of wild. Like to pick that into the Poppy is just crazy.
Yeah, picking that after seeing that is weird. I don't know. I feel like it could work. Maybe he's not going to be sitting around Poppy. He can, just go elsewhere if he wants to, try to get kills, hop on Camille. I feel like genuinely though, I would have liked the Cogmaw to stay mid. I say stay mid. In general, I would have liked it to be mid, but I feel like against the Zac, it wouldn't be very easy to stay alive. So I think Cogmaw going ADC probably the best possible situation here, even against the Blitzcrank. I mean, that's going to be really hard to deal with, but
if Poppy just keeps her steadfast presence always on cooldown and never uses it until Zac tries to engage on Cogmaw, Zac never gets to Cogmaw.
That's true. I mean, you're never going to use it on Kai'Sa or Blitzcrank unless they're flashing on you, I guess. So you save steadfast for Zac every single time.
Or like a mid lane gank on Corky, the old flash W. Some of my favorite things to do. And I think it works on Kai'Sa ult. So like if you're on top of Kai'Sa and don't want her to ult away, you can press it. But I've casted many a Poppy game, quite a few of them in jungle as well. And I feel like I'm always giga critical as a Poppy enjoyer of the amount of people that just press W for zero reason except to like get there a second quicker. And then it's down when they engage. And it's like, man, you just lose games. But I think I like Conduit's comp for late game more, even though there's a brand on monkeys. I just think like, what are you gonna do against like a late game Cogmaw with like Camille jumping in and Poppy protecting them? However, monkeys has the Zac and the Blitzcrank. They can make some plays. I would like to see them make plays in the first 20 minutes of the game.
So is that Zac jungle with Brand top then?
Probably.
Okay. That'll be. I feel like Dobbs could smoke that.
It could also be Corky top. Like those are technically swappable, but we can wait and see real quick before we go to the break who locks in where.
I want to sit here for a minute while we watch. I will say either way on that. If it's not Zac top, which I think it should be, because I feel like Zac would have a better time in that lane. If it's Brand or Corky top, even without my biases of wanting Phoenix to win, I think Dobbs smokes that lane on Camille.
Yeah, it might be Zac top. I haven't seen it. Is so Zac top. You're right. Yeah. I haven't seen that in forever. I now think the early game is significantly harder for monkeys, and I just like Conduit's comp more all around. Because Zac
I feel like the top lane is gonna be a little bit harder. Why is that a Bel'Veth hover? Did we miss a pick?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
I feel like Zac's gonna have a decent time if he can stay alive, but
Zac is
if he dies once, that's it.
Like you have Blitzcrank, but like, man, you just Blitz and Zac can really roam the map together well as a duo. But yeah, like I said, I like CPX a little bit more, but not too much. I think they're pretty even in fights. Just gotta be careful for that Brand ult. But we're gonna throw it to a quick break. Again, ads will be played. Sub if you don't want to see them. But like I said, don't go anywhere. We'll be back for game number 2 of this best of 5 between Conduit Phoenix and Literal Monkeys.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the stream. This is game number 2 of this best of 5 here between Literal Monkeys and Conduit Phoenix. Sides did not swap, so Phoenix is still on the red side, Monkeys is still on the blue side, and I'm still Peas, joined still by Fury and Flash for Flash.
Interesting start. I like that a lot. You don't typically see the Flash pull mid from Blitzcrank. Usually they go for a 5-point or a cheeky little, invade onto the blue side, just walks right at Socks and gets a Flash early.
Absolutely. Love to see it. The classic Ipsy strat. If we're on Blitz or Nautilus, we're running straight up mid and going for the Flash on the mid laner. It's a classic play. But as hopefully you're going to start learning soon, what do you think? Summoner spells, runes?
Well, right now I feel like everything is fine. I know that Camille does take the Grasp of the Undying or Conqueror, but makes sense into Zac as a tank to take Grasp.
I'd like to point out Poppy to you.
Well, the Poppy with the Hail of Blades that you're telling me about. That's so disgusting. I really want to see this happen. I'm just going to keep watching bot lane just because I want to see that fight open up and see what she looks like.
Yeah, levels like the first couple levels, man, Hail of Blades, eat him into the wall and just start smacking them like crazy is just so disgusting.
You're telling me Braum Hail of Blades wouldn't be just as sick, though?
My brother used to play Braum top with Hail of Blades.
Yeah, I remember when that used to be a thing. Just proc your passive and just stun them all the time.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Both junglers starting topside of the map. Blitzcrank Q is going to be down now. But it does look like Nation is doing the old Raptors into red. We'll see if he runs up the Krugs or just clears down to blue side. If he does go to Krugs, I hate this path because you just have to walk all the way up and then way far down unless you're going for that early gank top. But you're against a Zac, so it's like, I don't know, maybe you take it back and grab a sword.
I don't know. I feel like he might just do full clear, if I'm honest. I don't think he's going to back this early.
Yeah, it just feels bad.
So much damage on Fennback. I'm really not liking the Zac top because you look at that flash earlier, right? You're like, okay, mid, no flash. That would mean something if you had a jungler that could actually gank mid. But Socks, all he's going to do is play the lane for 5 minutes and nothing's going to change. Pink Penguin has no engage on the bot side except for his... the Hex Tech Flash that he just used. Fennback's still taking a lot of damage on the top side. Well,
yeah, I'm looking forward to maybe level 3 here to see if this Poppy goes for a flash play, stun into the wall. A lot of damage Dobbs getting onto Fennbach here. And here it is, level 3 for one team. Xin Zhao looks like he's ready to come down here. Blitzcrank, it misses the pull. And here it is. Smack him, smack him, smack him. Poppy doing tons of damage. First blood going over to Nation. Probably would have wanted that to go over to your Kog'Maw, but I mean, get the snowball person going first. Not a bad play either. First blood going over to Conduit Phoenix.
And not a bad move, definitely. Nation could still, re-gank bot side. Probably would have liked that to go to Kog'Maw, though, like you said, get him a little bit ahead early. He's down in the CS department, and Yomi played it very well.
Here's the Poppy play. Flash WE onto Corki right now under tower.
Are they gonna go for it? No minions is the only issue. Pink Penguin's right there.
Pink Penguin knew.
Pink Penguin. Yeah, got the vision over the wall last second. That was not a good back from Dark in the first place.
I don't even think he... Oh, he did ward. Damn.
Yeah, he did. He threw a ward over, then hooked. Back there is just not a good idea at all. Even if you weren't going to flash over, the idea that anybody could have been there, and they were. So good pick from Pink Penguin there, moving out of the bot lane. We've got Drake coming up in 35 seconds. I don't want to see Phoenix even contest this Drake. It's Air Drake. It's garbage. I'm tired of people dying over Air Drake first Drake.
You say that, but I will say that Poppy loves movement speed. Ari loves movement speed. Xin loves movement speed.
That's true, but they don't need to die for it. There doesn't need to be... If you can take the Drake, go for it. If you're looking like you're going to fight the Drake, don't even look at it.
I agree. But we'll have to wait and see. Cloud Drake does have the highest win rate out of all the souls for some reason still to this day.
That's true, because Cloud Soul is so goated, but I'll say it every day. Never take first Cloud Drake. It's so abysmal.
It sucks as the jungler because of how fast it autos you.
Yeah,
It beats the shit out of
terrible
you.
if you fight around it. I mean, it's not as bad as Hex Tech, but it sucks.
I'd
when you're
rather fight
taking
the
it
Hex
into your
Tech 'cause it
background.
does I'd rather be slowed than hit 100 times.
Yeah, it's true. I don't know. I feel like the slow hurts more if they're gonna contest it.
Yeah.
Speaking of contesting, Corky's going top.
Yeah, and they're not contesting. Dobbs, though, is going to be the cool champion and just E out of there.
That was I don't like that Corky rotated top there. I don't know what the play there was, as if Dobbs doesn't have hook shot.
Yeah, I had no idea either. But I'm ready to see Pink Penguin. Yomi didn't auto it a second time, so the ward stays alive. Oh wait, what the heck was that?
That was glitched out. That was the spectator bug, I'm sure.
I sure hope it was.
It didn't give us the pull animation or the hook, not the hook, the uppercut knockup animation.
It looked like he was at Ezreal and just flashed, or like E'd and got hooked and stayed in place. But here comes in. Oh, the engage. Oh, they get both the flashes. They get everyone's flashing again. 4 flashes in the bot lane. I guess it's only 3. Bruh, Yomi did not flash.
And he was very lucky. He managed to walk out of Steadfast Presence before flashing. And it looked like he flashed with this inside of it, but...
Steadfast Presence is not a grounded. It does not block flashing.
It doesn't block flash?
No, you're only grounded if you're grounded if you stun yourself in it. You become grounded, but it only blocks dashes. So you can still blink and flash out of it, but if you let's say I don't know, a champion that, like, let's say Zach were to E in it, he would then not be able to flash for a second and a half because you become grounded once you stun yourself.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah, so it does not stop. That's basically, it's like you flash on them to force a flash because they can't use their abilities. It's pretty fun.
Oh, I always thought that flash would stop there. Oh.
Yeah, it's not Cass Goo. What is happening here? Xin Zhao is behind him again. And now they get Yomu's flash. Pink Penguin, oh, not going to get stunned into the wall. He might actually get to live from that. Does get the Q3 off of Nation, though, and they gift that over to Kog'Maw with the extended range W auto. One final hit will do it. And that is another gank from Nation. I think that's the 3rd gank bot lane, and it will be the 2nd kill into the roll, into the lane.
I really like how proactive he's being, especially in the bot lane there, knowing that flashes aren't up now. Being all around this map, getting 2 kills in the bot side now. Probably just continue to do that. Singular Bread, though, is behind Socks.
Yeah, and Socks might be dead. Flashes early, the stun happens, the pull happens. Zach's here to steal the kill. Doesn't even get an assist.
Not even get an assist. Yeah, that was way early of a flash. I know you're trying to probably predict the Blitzcrank pull, but you would have seen that coming. So unfortunate flash timing there solidifies a kill over to Singular Bread there. 1-0-0. This is the first time we've seen him. He's now 20 CS on Nation, but Nation has ganked multiple times now.
Yeah, but you're only an assist up and 20 CS down. It's kind of tough. Now, I still think Xin Zhao in a 1v1 will kill Brand but like Brand's gonna do a lot in these team fights. Dobbs, though, continuing to bully Fenbach.
Yeah, Fenbach not being able to really play the game, has that Bambi Cinder, so he's going to be able to take out a little bit of CS. It's just when he's under tower, it's not going to be ideal for him, considering the Bambi Cinder is going to throw off the auto timing. Dobbs going in now with Nation falling behind.
And here comes Nation to go in. They are going, oh, Zach is going to get the Q collide onto both of them, and they're not going to be able to finish off this kill. Nation almost dies for it. An absolute beautiful Q auto combo into the Alt W to be able to heal so much and not get killed, only end up popping your passive from that.
Yeah, that is so worth it. They get vision on where Nation is on the map. They know he's top side, so they know they can make moves on the bot side here. Singular Red just going to work through the jungle and the river to clear out some vision. You've got Drake. It's going to be Chemtech up in about a minute, so it looks like they're going to start clearing out some vision, start getting themselves set up around that. Now, it's probably going to be, I'd imagine, the first fight of the game is going to be around this Chemtech.
They know Ari's there.
Anyone's going to leave it up.
Okay, she gets out. I just saw like 4 pings go onto Ari, but she got away with it.
Yeah, there's a good amount of vision in there, or was a good amount of vision in there. Not anymore. Singular Bread with his double buffs. He's okay. I thought he was gonna back with 30 seconds here on the Drake. That would not have been a good move.
He is.
He's still gonna do it. Nation's on the bot side of the map. As soon as he backs here, they should get going.
Yeah, they get the TPs out of both mid laners to get back here for some prio. I think the brand back in there was because they don't care about this Drake, and I potentially think they might be wanting to go for 6 grubs.
Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea either. Here with 15 seconds left on the clock there, Dobbs taking on Finback.
Yeah, and Dobbs is
Finback.
huge taking on Fenbach there. That's Fenbach is like gonna walk down and make sure he still has the push, and yeah, so it is gonna be those Krugs, or I mean those grubs being taken, but they're not being traded for a Drake. And it looks like Conduit wants to come up and contest this. Nation's in the fight, isn't gonna get the steal on the one. Isn't going to get another one either, but they are going to kill the Zac. And Singular Bread gets all 3. They don't get to steal a single one. Blitzcrank flashes in with the ult. Brand just melts everybody. It's a tragedy for Phoenix.
That's actually so sad to watch. They go in, and Bread gets every single one of them. Gets his passive onto every single person in that pit, essentially. And just does a massive amount of damage. Just Blaze does so much there. Really, really good fight.
Oh, the charm lands, the flash E lands from Dark, but Dark's just gonna kill himself on this fight. Zac's gonna go in, and Alpha's going to get the kill.
Wow.
Teleport out of Fenbach.
Yeah, that's, I mean, not a really good trade. I don't think he had a TP there. But overall, a good fight for Monkeys for sure. Bot side of the map, though, is gonna be open for that Drake still, and they are hovering down there.
Brand
like they're gonna take the fight.
Yeah, Brand recalling again. Just wants to make sure that he's I guess buys an item here. I don't know if he just finished boots or what just happened. Oh, he grabbed a blasting wand. I see.
Okay.
But Conduit now has prio here. Ahri, although Alpha's gonna be there before Ahri, so
yeah. Will he though? No. They'll both be there at the same time, it appears now.
Yeah, I guess, but
they have started it.
As I say, the enemy team knows that they're there. There's the ward in there. Oh, that Bread might be. I guess Bread has teammates.
Crazy. I mean, they really can't take that fight though. To be fair, they're really split up. Not much they can do, and Bread probably would have at least gotten a kill.
I mean,
probably would not have been worth it.
So if they were in the pit for that fight, actually, hold up. Singular Bread's going to get the stun off. Steadfast Presence is used and stuns the Corki up. Nation is still alive. No one is dead yet, but they're trying to just finish off Bread. Socks the Thighs just doesn't have any abilities left, and Dobbs is going to get the shutdown. Will ult him to the Blitz to get the double kill. Meanwhile, on the other side, they are going to maybe kill off the Cogmaw, but not able to. Cogmaw's going to get the shutdown on the Alf, and here comes Dobbs. Yomi's trying to go in. Dobbs flashing on him. The barrier comes through, and Ahri gets the final kill. It is a 4 for 2.
I'm sorry. Through all that, Domination realizes they're playing a post-level 6 Cogmaw, right? And they don't need to be right next to someone to kill them. They can ult from 3 screens away. Should have been really no reason Domination dies there, but overall, a very good play by Phoenix. They end up taking the Drake. They get a couple kills for themselves. They end up trading back a couple of kills. Overall, they're down 1,300. But genuinely, a very good fight compared to what we've been seeing from the early game here.
Sounds like Domination can learn a thing or two about Cogmaw, hopefully during this game. But I mean, still well played. They got the Drake, and then they baited them into that fight. Dobbs with the TP ends up getting 3 kills there. Or I guess only 2 maybe, but still gets kills. Shutdown goes over to Cogmaw. That's huge for Phoenix. Still down 1,000 gold and are going to lose this objective. The fact that Brand lived as long as he did in that fight was crazy.
Yeah, he made it through so much. Multiple times I thought he was just dead. And like you said, just ran out of abilities to use. Got locked in there. We saw Dobbs with a very nice TP onto the ward in the bush. Cleans up the fight. And then works his way down through the bot lane. Helps get Domination a kill secure.
Speaking of working their way to the bot lane.
Another Mountain Soul in this game, by the way.
This is a Doug Dimmet dive if I've ever seen one before. They got 4 people down here. Everyone knows they're gonna get the TP out. Doesn't matter though because they got the Poppy CC. That CC is so good. Dark's gonna kill himself to ult away the Corki, but dies to Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I mean, decent trade as long as Blitzcrank got the kill there. Probably didn't have to trade it back, but nice dive. They go 1 for 1 there. They take out Yomi. That was the
2 for
main
1
target, and they got him. Was it 2 for 1?
Yeah, they got Blitzcrank as well.
Oh, they did get Blitzcrank. Okay, perfect. So 2 for 1, even better. They're not going to get that tower though. It's low, and then Dobbs in the top side here just bullying Fenback.
Yeah, Dobbs playing the one champion that kind of cheats and has a Cho'Gath ult on a Q cooldown.
Yeah, on a 3-second cooldown.
Very fun and balanced, right, games.
Pink Penguin coming down to the bot lane. Sox may be in trouble here. Nope, spots him on a ward in that Tri-Brush. He's able to back up, get away. We're seeing Not So Dark alone in the top side here, just getting some vision. Maybe a little bit early for top vision as Baron's not up for about another 3 minutes. Probably want to keep that vision on the bot side as we have that Drake coming up in a minute and a half. Nation clearing out his bot. He's ready for it.
Yeah, I think maybe they were looking to see if blue buff was up. I don't know. But I agree. Yeah. That's a lot of wards on the top side of the map with no objectives around the top side.
Yeah, I guess it works for now, but maybe if he backed and then has his vision up again, he can just come and drop it wherever. It looks like that is what he's doing. He's gonna move those vision wards around. But we have a minute left on this first Mountain Drake, and I imagine we're gonna want to see both of these teams immediately go for it. Probably going to be the next fight's gonna come out of Drift Herald. Gets dropped in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to be able to contest this. You're going to miss the W there from
Dark doing here?
Nation, and Dark is flashing over the wall.
That? I genuinely don't know what that was. That was just pathing for sure. 1 hit on this mid lane tower. It is.
Oh, the Grubs might get it.
44 health.
Oh, the Void might didn't hit it.
Not quite. I'm sure if anybody wants to, they can get this though. Pink Penguin's about to hit a hook for sure. Send back one on Dobbs in the top lane.
All right, the turret mid lane finally falls.
Penguin is itching for a hook here. He's ready for it. Dark.
What? See, this is what I'm talking about. People just use their ability. It's like they think it's old Poppy and it gives you armor.
I don't know what that was for. Now he doesn't have it for this next fight for another 5 seconds, so they gotta wait on that.
Yeah, it's not gonna like matter there, but it's just those are the things that I criticize a little too much when I watch Poppies play.
What are they doing? Did they just like contest all that just to give it up? They just gave up the.
I think they wanted to shove mid and force Zach to come down here because Dobbs backed and is looking for the TP. Now they might be giving it up.
Nation's not in a good spot right now. If he gets pulled, he's just dead.
Nation missed.
Well, yeah, that's just gonna be.
Oh, he does get pulled! And Zach gets an engage, and he didn't have Steadfast Presence up, or at least didn't use it. I don't know what it is with his brand skin, but I swear whenever he uses Pillar of Flame, it sounds like it's like going through like an old mic. That skin must have been updated to it. Right, but like it sounds different than what I usually hear when I play that skin. That's hilarious. I like that a lot.
Well, yeah, not a great fight for Phoenix. They just kind of stood around the Drake and then let them take it. If you're going to just give up the Drake, then don't stand
Corky,
around.
I don't know if you're allowed to be here.
I don't think he is either. I think Alpha's dead. Dobbs says thank you and almost dies. Holy.
Yeah, Dobbs getting out of there. Remember when the minions were... like the minion bolts were like giant beam, like fiery beams, and you would just see them coming to your death before they changed the rift.
Massive, giant tracker beams.
Oh my god!
Jesus, that was very close.
That was Dobbs saying not even close. Calculated in all chat.
Yeah, seriously, baited and outsmarted. Top lane tower is gonna fall to Sox. Finally, that's gonna be Phoenix's first tower. So one tower right now.
Yeah, Zach's gonna try to get this one, but here comes Doug Dimmet Dobbs to go in and try to fight that. Not gonna let him get it, but it will get close. Next time Fenbach walks up to that tower, he probably will have Demolish back, and will potentially be able to get that tower pretty easily. Still about a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's very even. Just across the board, that gold lead just coming from the CS that you can see. Nation again down 50 CS in the jungle, so that's going to be a big part of that. And then overall, just singular Bread doing a lot of damage this game. 3-1 and 4. I'm starting to see why the brand is getting banned pretty much every game. He is a very strong champion.
Yeah, it seems like Nation and down 50 CS is starting to become a pattern.
Yeah, as much as I don't want to have to bring that up as a fight.
I mean, it sounds, that's like me. I'm like always way down CS when I jungle. It's just I just gank too much. Oh, Dobbs is burning like crazy. It will blow up.
Sorry, I'm dying.
It's all good. Come back to reality whenever you feel. Zach, though, going in, probably going to ult away the one person. Oh my gosh, Kaisa ulting in and doing a ton of damage. That's a dead Nation. That's a dead Dark. That's a dead Dobbs. That's everybody dead.
Yomi lived too. Oh wait, Kog'Maw? Kog'Maw trades back the 1 kill.
Suicide passive.
Of course, they have to die right as a fucking fight opens up, right? That was huge for Monkeys. That was very, very well played. Just pretty much exactly the way you want to see that fight go, especially under a tower. If that wasn't under a tower, they come out 5-0, I would imagine. Baron is up. Drake's up in a minute 30. I don't know what they're going to prioritize, but I would imagine dragons. I imagine they want to go after the Baron.
I was about to say that during your break.
I gotta stop dying.
Your
man.
death break. Man, dragons, bro.
A sip of water and like a chunk of ice just flew down my throat.
Well, good thing that'll melt eventually. Hopefully before you die.
Yeah, it's gone now, thankfully. I remember as a kid, I was like choking on an ice cube and I got really scared. And then I forgot it just melts. I was like, oh, okay, I'm good. Petrified.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
It was
Blitzcrank
exactly
gonna
that amount of time.
barely miss. Dobbs, though, going in to fight Fenbach, and yeah, Fenbach might regret this fight. That is a ton of damage. The Trinity Force doing so much. The Q2 is doing an insane amount. Fenbach's about to have E. Will press all first. Can't E away now, though. Dobbs is saying that I am going to get a 1-for-1 solo kill. Dobbs is very much keeping this game alive.
Mia's one of those champions where I hate playing against her, and I absolutely love playing her. She's just really fun. Penguin is about to have fun getting caught out.
Very fun.
Sorry, but that's too much vision for you to be walking into there. Oh, and Bread just has a drop on where Dark is at all times.
Yeah, but that's a brand ult down for a tiny bit of damage on Kog'Maw.
Yeah, this is going to be a big dragon fight without that brand ult, but Dark, very squishy.
I mean, it's
Has the
5v3
ultimate.
right now. Dragon's up. Like, they just start this. It's theirs.
100%. They might take a fight, though. TP
Zach is
coming from
teleporting
behind.
in from behind. They are going to take a fight, and Dobbs is going to be here, but they get the Poppy Stun onto Brand, and the Poppy ult on the Brand. Keeper's Verdict going to make sure Brand cannot get out of that fight. Dies with Flash. Dark's going to die to Mountain Drake on the back side of the fight. Dobbs is in, but a little bit too far, but a lot of damage still coming back from the other side. It's just Pink Penguin left. The Dragon has 71 health on the other side. Cog will finish it, but Blitz might actually get away. Gonna get the Flash E out of Nation to finish it off, and they could potentially look for Baron. I don't know if they have enough damage, but they have a Kog'Maw alive. They have 20 seconds on Zach, no teleport.
They should be able to Baron, but I think they're going to take this tower first. Maybe another mid tower if they can. Probably a good idea. Maybe get some vision on the top side of the map. Very good fight. And really, that stems from Bread using that ult very early to try to kill Dark. Not sure why he used it that early. Really didn't have to. Maybe just got greedy for a kill. But if he saves that for the Dragon Pit, that's going to be a lot of damage that goes down.
I usually would agree with you, but it wouldn't matter. Dark stunned Brand into the wall, and then Keeper's Verdict him, and he died before he could even flash. The Brand didn't even get to do any damage at all that fight. And once Brand was down, it was basically like GG no re to the fight.
That is a good point. Yeah, Fenbach probably should have been the first one to get in there. They probably could have given him a little bit more time to Elastic Slingshot his way into the fight. You know, get that disruption up, make it so that everybody just kind of focuses on him, and then Bread comes in. But Dark did a phenomenal job, like you said, of a steadfast presencing, and then using that ultimate as well to really stop Red from getting anywhere, being able to use anything, and was essentially just nothing in that fight. So overall, really good. They come out on top in terms of the kills. Still down about 1100k in gold though.
Yeah, it's crazy the gold that last time they got ace, they just kind of evened it right back. We're back to where it was before they got killed in the bot lane.
Yeah, this is might as well be 15 minutes ago.
Although they are on soul point, and so that'll be a little bit rough for monkeys. Dob is like just saying, I'm gonna take this tower and walk away. Let's bounce use my Fenbach, and it doesn't matter.
Imagine a lady with swords for feet comes up and roundhouse kick you in the face.
Yeah, see, I'm not a blob like Zach, so I'd just be dead. Oh, speaking of just being dead.
Oh, wow. Man, that's just so much damage in one combo.
Dobbs could have potentially ulted and followed Zach's E and maybe even gotten a kill just because of how much damage that was. That's so ridiculous. That's just 2 items. 2.25 items.
Doesn't have to, though. Probably saving the ult TP for the Baron fight if it does open up. Zach does not have either of those right now. So a very big advantage if they do decide to start this fight, which I would probably like to see them do. Just immediately get up there, focus on Bread while Fenbach isn't there. Take a 5v4 and then take Baron to try to look to push top and mid. But where they're at right now is fine. They got 2 minutes left on this soul. I do want to see them be a little bit proactive, though. Start grouping up and looking for fights because they can win these fights as long as they just insta-give the brand.
Easier said than done. Well, we have seen it can be done. So we'll have to see if they can do it again. Goldie, though,
have the tools.
Basically gone.
It is. Yeah, it's been nullified. Might as well be back to square one of the game. But they have the tools to stop that brand. Like we saw, all it takes is Dark to land a combo. And he's been very successful at doing that all game so far. Right now, looks like Red just being gifted over to Red side. We're seeing some pings come out from Kog'Maw that Drake's coming up in a minute and a half. So looks like they may be looking to focus that. I don't know that I want them to just give up control of Baron here just for the sake of the soul. I think you can maybe give up one Drake, and not that you really want 2 Mountain Drakes on the other team, but you could just look for Baron if you're wanting to end the game, or maybe even just camp the Drake. Let them come to you and then look for a big kill.
Yeah, I'd love to see the old classic, make them scared you're doing Baron and keep one guy to just sneak Drake. That's risky, but I like that.
Yeah, who would you leave? Would you leave just Dobbs to do it, and then he just TPs if he has to?
Yeah, as long as Zin is the closest one there, you can do that. If you see where Brand is, you can do that. If not, you just have Zin do it. You put everyone else around the Drake.
Sure.
Or everyone else around the Baron, I mean. Because Zin still takes it quick. And I've had that happen to me so many times. Where it's like you're trying to stop them from doing Baron, and then suddenly the jungler gets a kill. Oh my goodness, they got a flash pull shut down onto Ahri. That was nuts.
You just cannot let Blitzcrank do that. You have to have eyes on that guy. You have to be ready for that fight. Nation just, I'm not sure what his pathing is. He's getting caught out here as well. That is definitely just going to be Drake going over to blue team. They're just going to go ahead and grab that, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're just going to rush Baron.
Start the Baron is the question.
I mean, they needed to have started it yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. It took them a way long time to start that. They're just going to get collapsed on.
All right, well, it looks like this is going to be potentially bad. Keeper's Verdict is going to knock the Blitzcrank out of the fight, but Zach's going to flash in with the E and the Q2. Fenbach's going to get the kill on the Nation, and Fenbach's going to pop out into the passive. Kog'Maw's trying to do anything. Dark's also dead. Dobbs is already teleported on top of their entire team and gets the ult over to the top of the side, but walks right back into all of them.
What just an absolute play from Monkeys. They completely turned this game on its head, immediately taking a couple fights just from 2 picks. I mean, Penguin with these really good hooks right when they matter hasn't landed them all, but when he lands them, it's been doing something for the team for sure. That completely spun this around. That's gonna be them grabbing a Drake. That's 2 Mountain Drakes for him now. That's a Baron. They're going to start taking a lot of these fights, I'd imagine, just right away. Monkeys needs to press their lead.
Yeah, that's nuts. Very, like, gold lead back in the favor of Monkeys like it's been most of the game. Dragons 2-3 now. Barons 1-0. I'd say the one thing that was good about that is Dobbs got solo gold on an outer tower T2, so we got 700 gold there, but I don't know how much that's going to matter when the other team has Baron.
Yeah, I mean, Bread is the biggest threat, but at the same time, even if you take him out, you still have Yomi that's probably been doing damage to you the whole time. They need to just immediately.
Oh, here we
snipe
go!
these guys.
They might get Bread! Poppy's going to get the stun into the wall, but Sonya's is going to get used, and that's going to be Dark dying off of the potential pick. They're going to get the teleport out of Zac as well, and they're just going to run into the mid lane, causing the Kog'Maw to have to flash from the Zac's engage, and just like that, they look for a potential play. I like what they were thinking, but they just didn't get the initial hit on it. Overextended a little bit too far, and they're going to lose an in-hit for this.
I'm gonna be
Potentially
honest,
the
as much
game.
as I like, ooh, socks. Sorry, man. As much as I like the way that Poppy could run, I don't know. I don't think that Phoenix got really tanky enough. Like, they're healthy. They've got good health, but their stat line,
Yeah,
tankiness is not good as Dobbs is gonna fall.
I mean, Poppy died 8 times. It's just been a tough game. Poppy's one of those champions that you have to snowball quick. You have to like use her to get kills early, and then your team has to start winning late. One of the reasons I don't play Poppy in comp really anymore is because I can be like 5-0 and like absolutely carry the early game, and it doesn't mean anything if my team can't do anything late.
Yeah.
Speaking of not being able to do anything late, that's going to tie the series. We have a best of 3 ahead of us.
All right, we'll see you guys in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, we're gonna look at the stats.
No, we're not.
I'm gonna look at the stats.
That's pretty much what we saw in the last game, just better executed for the mid to late game. 1 or 2 missteps there where Phoenix took a couple of really good fights, but overall the consistency of Monkeys that game looked way better. Blitz was just on top of it with those pulls. Yomi, yet again, I mean, you look at the stat line there, the CS is just insane. Singular Bread as well. Both of these games has just completely outclassed Nation on the CS line.
So, shout out to that 30k damage again.
Yeah, 30k damage on Camille, unfortunately, was not enough to bring the rest of the team up with him. Corky sitting at that 21,000, 18,000 on Brand. Thought it would have been more. And then Zac, 19,000.
Yeah. But now you can send us to a break.
Wait, what?
Now you can send us to a break.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's that? You want me to do what now?
I'd like you to, just keep on talking. All right, he's muted, guys. All right, thank you. I'll be right back after a short break when we get into game number 3. What is up, everyone? Sorry about that extra bit of a delay. We had some technical difficulties and brain gaps going on here, but we are back. I'm Peas here, joined by Fury as we get into game number 3, or game one of the best of 3, if you'd like to call it that, between Conduit, Phoenix, and Literal Monkeys for the Titan semifinals. Teams staying in the same side yet again. Fury, how you feeling?
Pretty good. I feel like Conduit has learned from their mistakes, as they have banned the brand, so that's not going to get through, and that was obviously the biggest issue, but it leaves Jinx wide open and immediately locked in.
Yeah, and they're going to respond with the Ivern immediately. Nasian liked that a little bit too much, and the Misfortune to follow up. One of the better ADCs right now, I believe, is Misfortune, at least for solo queue. I think she's considered a lot of people's OP tier, but in comp, I don't know, kind of easier to play against. We'll have to wait and see how that one goes. Cass, though, taken away from Socks of Thighs.
Now, what are they playing with the Misfortune? Are they still doing like Lulu, Karma, like enchanters with that?
There's some Amumu still. There's some like Amumu Leona, so you can like go in with that hot and spicy ultimate. Well, not Amumu anymore.
There's the Amumu.
But yeah, Misfortune also is pretty good with Lulu, really good with Milio. So
yeah, I forgot about Milio as a champion. That guy exists. Oh.
Yeah, Milio's one of the best supports. Seraphine and Nami, though, are considered like the 2 best supports on the patch, so be interesting to see if those are picked up. But I think like Milio's and Leona are like right below that. So they'll take the Victor into Cass. Take it before it's banned.
I like that a lot. Victor into Cass is good. Vigar into Cass could have been good as well, but Victor probably my S tier pick into it. Then Vigar falling close behind. The Brahm's going to get banned away from Monkeys as well here, as is the Tarek, and I think that's a pretty smart ban. That did some pretty decent work in game number 1 when it was on Dark, so interested to see what they go with support for this Misfortune. If they go for the Enchanter, I'd probably like the Seraphine.
I'd like to see Phoenix ban Seraphine or Leona and then pick the other one, or Milio. Just don't let Jinx get... You don't want to let Jinx get Milio, in my opinion. I don't know what that was banned.
Cassante.
Cassante was banned?
Yeah, that was a Cassante ban.
Okay, yeah. Okay, there it goes. Now it's fixed on my screen. So Cassante is the final ban. Now we got to see what they're going to do. So they don't ban another support, but they just don't want Fenbach on that Cassante. They don't want Dobbs on that Camille either.
Yeah, obviously. That's probably a smart choice.
Yeah, it'll be Leona. So the probable pickup into this, in my opinion, is going to be something like the Milio. We can, like, you know, bowling ball the Leona. She tries to go in, or just a Blitzcrank. Pull in Leona. Why not?
Yeah, Blitzcrank worked for him. I don't see why you wouldn't take it again. Probably doesn't want to pull Leona. Probably the last person you want to pick in this game, I'd imagine right now. But still, you get a good pull on Victor or Misfortune. You're gonna have a pretty good time.
Yeah, 3 seconds left for this final R5, or I mean B5 pick here for Monkeys. And it's gonna be a Mundo.
Mundo on Dobbs.
No, Mundo for Monkeys.
Oh, Mundo for Monkeys. I turned off for 2 seconds. I don't know if I like that on Monkeys. I mean, they have their 2 main damage sources with Cast and Jinx, but there's no real frontline damage. Mundo will probably do some like late on.
I mean, isn't Aatrox just good into Mundo? Yeah, I was gonna say I
just
think
in general.
I thought Aatrox was like one of Mundo's hardest lanes.
He is. It's gonna be very. I mean, as long as Dobbs hits those crits or those sweet spots on the Qs, he was having a little bit of a hard time in game number 1 on that.
Until the final fight.
Just fine. Yeah, until the final fight where he reset his ult 5 times in a row.
That was an absolutely insane fight. Man, if a Mumu gets a good ult with or Cass, like if the 2 of them get some good ults here, Jinx is gonna have an absolute free fight. But if they can play around there, it's gonna be very hard for Monkeys to like walk up to Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, Ivern's going to do really well on the shielding part of that. Leona going to do really good just peeling, stopping Cass or Jinx from getting into the fight, just dropping that Solar Flare, not letting them be able to move around Zenith Blade into the back line. That's really going to be Leona's whole job, is going to the back line with the Aatrox to try to take out Jinx and Cass, and then MF and Victor just kind of have to kite around Blitzcrank, Mundo, and Amumu.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to wait and see how that works and how that goes. But like I said, and every other time, if you want to support the stream, we do have that sub button now. Throw us your Twitch primes if you have them. Send them our way. But if not, thank you for being here either way. We're gonna do a quick 3-minute ad as we go to break, and then we'll be back once the wait time is over to get in. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this new best of three we have going on in this best of five that's tied up 1-1. I'm Peace here, joined by Fury, as we get into this game number 3, which, like we said before, sides have not swapped, and this time Blitzcrank's doing what you said they usually do, and they're doing for that cheeky invade. Dobbs might have spotted him off just in time. Blitzcrank could still potentially go for the flash, but they're going to get the ward, and they're going to call it quits there.
Dobbs smart there, getting out when he could, knowing that there was imminent danger afoot. And they just trade some vision in the top side. Thankfully, he doesn't have to flash for it. But they do know that they started up in that top side. So it looks like they might be starting a little trap in the tri-brush on bot side. No,
Yeah,
back right off.
They're going to fall back. Evil afoot. Looking at runes, summoner spells, and everything, I think everything looks pretty normal to me. Cast starting with a tier, though.
I think that's fine. I do like tier start, to be honest. I think
even with how strong Doran's items are.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, if you're looking to build tier in the first place, right? Why not just build it as soon as you possibly can?
This might be happening.
I don't know if I like this fight.
I love this fight.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
that was
Dark,
very,
you flashed nothing.
Late. He flashed still. It's fine. They both have Hex Flash. Support Flash for support Flash. Good damage. I wish it was on to the Jinx and not the Blitz, but they didn't have the vision on the Jinx. Still a good trade.
Yeah, great trade. Got the flash out, although he did use the ignite, unfortunately, but now they're able to just kind of push Jinx up into this tower. Well, sometimes you just want to give the tower a kiss.
Sometimes you gotta take a little bit of damage. You can't give damage without receiving it as well. Yomi still in lane. 0 CS right now. Can't even afford to walk up. Does not want to be in the line of fire of Dark right now. And now that Penguin's back, can look to walk up and get some CS. And Penguin right there.
Minion secured.
Yeah, that's gonna be a 1 CS delivered to Yomi.
Oh man, Dobbs is doing so much damage to Fembok. This is like the story of this game. Of this series,
It's been the same way every game, basically. Sox pokes out Alpha in the mid lane. Dobbs pokes out Fembok in the top lane. Mid lane, just kind of nothing happens, really. And then Nation gets gapped in CS. And Sox getting jumped on.
Here comes Nation with the shield, though, and could potentially turn it around, but misses the Q.
Unfortunately, goes wide left on that Q there. Sox able to stay in lane now that Alpha is kind of on par with the health and the mana, but Penguin looking to Hex Flash.
Yeah, Sox still has Flash, so no danger here.
I like holding on to the Flash there. Knew the range of the Blitzcrank hook, knew that he didn't have to flash there. Dark potentially looking for a pick here, but he's getting pinged out.
Yeah, Jinx was spotted. Or, I mean, Jinx spotted him.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we'll get that word with the old 1, 2, 3.
Good auto resets.
And man, they are just starving this Jinx out of XP. Here we go.
X-Flash.
But Amumu's here. So is Nation, though. Gets pulled and gets bandage tossed, but Nation's here to give the shields to Domination, and they are just autoing back against Bread. They will get the flash out, and it's going to be none for none, but they get the ignite out of Blitzcrank, the flash out of Singular Bread, and I don't think any summoners are used on the side of Conduit.
No, that's correct. None used except for Sox used TP to get back to lane. Unfortunately, they could not finish off that kill onto Bread. And almost lands that Zen blade there is Sox and Alpha.
Sox is just trying to do damage, but just didn't have any abilities. So just kind of looked at a stunned up snake.
Yeah, early on, Victor. Oh, I'm watching this. Never mind. Early on, Victor can farm very well against the cast, but can't really do much in the way of killing. A little bit hard, the damage that he has compared to the sustained damage of the Cassiopeia with the Conqueror especially. Sox needs an item and a half to really start bursting him down, or Nation to help him, or even Dark to roam up into the mid lane to try to secure that kill, which I'd like to see. I'd like to see Sox get ahead early here. He's going to be their main damage, like real pure burst damage later on in the game, and I think he needs.
Oh, Fenbach might have just died.
Oh, flash.
Oh,
Yeah.
and he lands the E or the W to get the final kill. Gets double flash for flash, but that's first blood going over to Dobbs. Finally getting that nice early solo kill with the lead in health that he's been able to build up in each of these rounds. And now Phoenix are setting up for the Drake.
Should be a free Drake. Thankfully, they're not fighting for it. It is an Air Drake. Cloud, I should say.
Air Jordan.
Dobbs. Air Jordan. Dobbs going to get level 6 before Fenbach here. He should be forced to TP here, but for some reason, Fenbach is not TPing. He's missing a lot of CS for this. 2 cannon minions just for not TPing there.
Yeah, Fenbach wanted to make sure he had a TP for the Drake.
That's what it is, right? And it's gone right as he gets there. They do have the Void Grubs up as well. No one really making a move for it yet. However, I want to say Phoenix probably has the upper hand if they do choose to go for it. Nation actually only down a little bit on CS right now. Not doing as bad, I don't want to say bad, but isn't as much as a deficit as he has been the past couple of games.
Yeah, and Dobbs, like you said, with Fenbach not TPing back up, 15 CS. Turn that lead.
Yeah, that's pretty much been the case every game too, hasn't it? Dobbs just consistently in the lead in the top side, genuinely just being the better player.
But this time it was even CS when he got that solo kill. Hey, Nation
walks in.
Nation has entered the wrong zip code. Although here comes Singler Brett or Sucks the Thighs with the damage and the ult, and Alf is gonna miss his ult. Cheeks Rocket's gonna go wide and not get anyone, and here comes Dobbs to try to finish everyone off, and will get the kill onto Mundo, and Alf is trying to get away. He lands the W, and Alf is too slow to get out of it. Dobbs is going to be able to potentially get the kill. He gets the double kill. It's 3-for-1 for Conduit, taking the lead on that, and they're going to be able to go get 2 of those Void Grubs.
I do want to point out, Alpha did flash. I don't know where it was, but it must have got animation canceled by something. Probably the chains. Maybe flash as soon as it hit him. But it did immediately go on cooldown. So very good timing there coming from Dobbs. A really nice fight. They're going to go clean up those Void Grubs like you said here. Dobbs is going to move back up into the top lane. Overall, what looked like was going to be a pick onto Nation ends up going the way of Phoenix. They are now 2K gold lead ahead at the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, they were able to turn that into a huge fight, like you said. And I just want to say, like, I think if Alf just didn't kind of like panic ult the back of Nation there, like that ult could have potentially saved that fight, but unfortunately not able to be used down there. And Dobbs will continue to build that CS lead. He's got on the top. Victor starting to build a CS lead in the mid, and bot side's still pretty even. And like you said, Nation only down by not as much this time.
There's the Eclipse Aatrox now too. We were just talking about that in game number 1. You brought that up, and it is getting grabbed. No Black Cleaver start this time around. Wants to go for the full damage. I personally like that. I think with the way the past 2 games have been going, Dobbs should just be going pure damage. I don't mean that as any disrespect to anybody else on the team. It's just Dobbs.
Leona lands the E in, and that's going to be an ult forcing Pink Penguin to have to flash.
But Flash is out there. Nothing too terrible, though. I mean, he's still pretty healthy, can stay in lane. Level 7, he's going to be that level up because he was solo in lane for levels 1 and 2 when Pink Penguin spent back to base.
This might be a solo kill. He has to pop the ult. Mundo will live for now.
Yeah, that's going to be... I mean, the ult not doing a whole lot for him right now. Only that level 1 ult. But... gonna bring him up to about half of his health. Dobbs can take a refight if he would like to, and he is just gonna try to keep starving him of CS. He's really just freezing the wave, letting it slow push towards him. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's fantastic. They're looking to set up a potential 3-man pick here onto Socks the Thighs in the mid lane. Socks did spot out the Amumu earlier, and I think Blitzcrank might have just walked out of the bush and shown himself. Socks just doesn't care. And they're gonna let, but he's gonna get away with it.
Ballsy move, and Dark is gonna get spotted out here. Surprised, still making that move forward, really aggressive with it. Actually, just gonna walk in and clear out this vision.
Yeah, and he's gonna be allowed to do that.
Penguin could have stepped up there, stood back a little bit, maybe thought that someone was waiting in the wings. But I overall Dark very lucky to get out of there with his life.
Yeah, and now it's Drake is going to be up in 45 seconds. Grubs is probably going to be up in like I don't have a grub timer, but Grubs will probably be up in like a minute after that.
You got a minute 12 seconds on Grubs right now.
Yeah, okay, cool. So that's what it felt like. My jungler senses were tingling. And here comes the 3-man bot.
Do you not pull up the timers?
I have the tournament timer, so then the top left and top right, and so there's no grub timer.
Okay, that'll do it. Bot lane, yeah, it looks like they may be setting up for a dive potentially, or maybe just getting vision around this Drake. It looks like the latter here. They are going to push up on the bot side and probably work their way up under this river. I would like to see them go for this Chemtech.
Yeah.
Oh,
coming into the mid. Flashes forward, but Nation's right here with Daisy and some shields. Sock's going to get a bunch of damage out, but it's not going to be enough, and Daisy is not long for this world. Although maybe Daisy's a little bit longer for this world than I thought.
Nation is doing a lot of damage, 1v3 essentially right now.
What was that?
Yep, that was the thing. Yeah, they're gonna...
Nation flashing away, pixel perfect.
Flashes away. You know what that just did? That shaved off a 1/10 of a second of walking towards the Drake. That was actually big brain play. He's really microing this game down to his milliseconds.
Absolutely insane. Big brain plays that I can't even comprehend.
That was crazy. They are going to get the Drake, though, after a long, hard-fought battle against it. They are still ahead, 1.7k. Weird fight on that last one. Threw him off maybe a little bit, but Void Grubs are going to be started by Singular Bread.
Conduit's going to have to take at least one of those if they don't want Void Mites to go over to the way of Literal Monkeys again. And last time, those Void Mites definitely helped them with the pushes, but it's looking like they're just going to say, you can have one Void Mite, and so they will. I don't know if you know this as well, but every Void Grub that you get adds one extra Void Mite to your Herald Crash if you drive it in yourself.
Okay, I did not know that.
So you always get 5. So if you have all 6, you can get 11 Void Mites to pop out when you crash into the tower.
You think they're just gonna drop that mid as soon as possible? Uh-oh, Dark gets the back stopped.
Yeah, that was kind of a cool little oh, the cleanse a little bit forces the flash out as well, and Domination is flashing forward and looking to try to finish off Yomi. Oh, the perfect uppercut to finish off the bullet time, but it's not going to matter. They still get the kill. That is cleanse flash out of Jinx and a death, ignite out of Blitzcrank, and only the flash ignite out of the side of Conduit.
Not so Dark says, you should have just let me back. Ends up getting his ADC a kill. Up about 20 CS now. Get it back on what I would imagine to be a full item, sitting about 1,800 gold. That is going to be the finished Bloodthirster versus the finished Infinity Edge. BT, is that normal start on MF right now?
Yeah, Bloodthirster ever since like they changed the ADC items has like kind of gotten better, and a lot of champions are building it. The MF build is Bloodthirster into Essence Reaver. It's just it's just what they've been building. It's because crit's good and lifesteal's good, so you build both. I think she'll get Infinity Edge 3rd if the game goes that far, and I don't really know what you build after that, but yeah, Bloodthirster first is very popular. I know even like Ezreal builds it like 2nd and 3rd now. It's just become a much more popular item.
Gotcha. I thought it was always just rush the crit on her for bullet time and for her Q, since they can both crit. But BT makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's because the BT has the old you get the shield when you're at full health or whatever, and I don't know if I don't know if that came back or if it always had that, but it's a good item. 80 damage and 18% lifesteal is pretty big.
Yeah, I think what it was, they got rid of the shield for crit last season, right? And then they got rid of the crit for the shield again.
Yeah, the AD items were so that there's no AD carry items that have all 3 stats between attack speed, crit, and lifesteal now.
Okay, that's probably smart.
Yeah, so instead of having like a bunch of items that all do the same thing, you have like a bunch of items that specialize in 2.
Yeah, making everything do the same thing is exactly how power creep comes into the game, and you end up with 10,000 different items.
Overbalanced and under fun.
Yeah. Oh,
wait,
wow.
he actually got the stun off, and he turns around off of that ult too, forcing the Seraph's shield to proc. Socks the Dice might actually get the kill, and it's a 1-for-1.
Very nice trade there. I like seeing that. Both mid laners playing pretty much to the best of their ability there. Top lane, you're seeing Dobbs just kind of shoving in right now, 3-0. Fenbach taking a lot of damage on those trades.
I want to shout out Fenbach, still has that teleport, baby.
He does, yeah. He's still holding on to it. Just wait for the right time. You know, we'll see if it comes into play, and maybe we'll eat our words. But I'm hoping to find out soon.
Something tells
Drake
me our words will not be
minute.
swallowed, considering Dobbs used it and has it again. And Fenbach still has not used it once.
Yeah, that actually immediately makes it not work. 45 seconds on the Ocean Drake here. Looks like everybody's setting up for it. Let's see what ends up happening. Cassiopeia gonna get poked out a little bit by Socks. Penguin
will land the fight on here, but Leona calls the sun down and goes into the back, but you don't have enough damage with just the Victor and a Leona. And it looks like Misfortune might have ran into something bad on the other side too with this Jinx. Jinx about to die to Mundo, and that is a 3-for-0 plus Dragon potentially going over to Monkeys. Gold lead be damned. Monkeys takes the fight. Technically was a 5v4 though. Dobbs will take this tower.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of how that played out. You can't just let Blitz walk up to you. You guys know they have a Blitz. You have to play this back. You have to play behind the dragon, like pull it out of the pit, and just play around it so that Blitz can't just hook you like that. Aatrox is going to trade a tower at the very least, but I feel like we've been saying that every single game, that Dobbs is at least getting something on the other side of the map for the rest of Phoenix's mistakes. They need to start learning from the problems they've been having in these games, and start playing safe around these objectives. Probably get a little bit more vision into the deeper parts of the jungle where they aren't currently, and get back into shape for these team fights.
Yeah, still up gold, a nice 2k still to their name, but that fight being a 5v4 and Asian just getting instant caught out, like you said, just they can't let that keep happening, especially if they want to try to have Dobbs trade on the top. You can basically do what you did, but just don't die, right? Just waste time, still give the objective, but don't give your life, or else it's not as worth.
Exactly.
Baron up in 2 minutes, Dragon up in 4, so not really too many objectives to go for at this point. So this is that point in the game where there's really nothing going on, and the teams really have to show that they know how to play their macro. Dobbs gonna back up top, like Dobbs wants to keep pushing this top lane. They need to try to get bot time. And yeah, that's gonna cause the flash, but the slow still comes out, and you can't. Oh my gosh, she hit Victor in the back, grounds Victor as well, but it's not gonna be enough. This is 4-on-1, and Victor going to get that kill on the Cass. And right when I was talking about this is the time where the teams have to try to figure out their macro plays, they find a nice catch here. And as you'll see here, there should be 7 Void Mites popping out of this. And, Dobbs is like trying to fight. And, oh my gosh, Amumu missed the bandage toss from over the wall. So what would have been a 3v3 is going to turn into 2 kills for Conduit.
Oh no.
And Jinx flashed too. Mumu haven't used Curse of the Sad Mummy, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Aatrox lands the W, the E lands from Leona, and they are just killing this Amumu. Wow. Conduit may have made some mistakes on the trade fights, but as soon as there's nothing on the map, they take control.
Yeah, across the map there, played just very well. Top lane still winning their lane. Bot lane, we see a really nice fight come out. They're able to grab a fairly easy kill, right? I mean, Cassiopeia was able to trade back some damage, almost go 1-for-1. But then in the mid lane there, like you said, Singular Bread unfortunately missing the bandage toss while the rest of his team was already engaging. And it was just a recipe for disaster there. It's a 5.4k gold lead now over to Phoenix. Now we've seen Monkeys come back from similar deficits in this series. So we'll see if they're able to pull it together, play to their advantages, which is just full 5-on-5s, letting Amumu Blitz go in first, letting Mundo run it down while Cass and Jinx do damage. So all they have to do is follow that plan. They can come right back into this game. But Phoenix going to come out with a very nice lead here. 20-minute mark, hitting right about the mid-game. This is where everybody's going to start hitting their power spikes, and really the next couple of fights are going to dictate the flow of this game.
This game is starting to feel a lot like game one when it comes to just the objectives that are taken. You got a little bit of grubs taken over by the side of monkeys, but all the towers, most of the dragons, Conduit really still taking objectives. Now, game number one kind of swooped back into monkeys' favor up until that final fight, so interested to see how that's going to go, but this 20-minute mark feels a lot like the 20-minute mark of game one.
I would hard agree. Just with the slightly better gold advantage in the way of Phoenix. I think around at this point they're about 4K gold lead in game number one.
Yeah.
So they do have another little bit of padding to not let what happened in game one happen, where it really did just come down to that one mistake in that fight. I want to see Phoenix take this gold lead, turn it into a focused lead rather than just if we fight, maybe we'll turn it around because we have better items kind of lead. Dobson's 5-0-1. He has that teleport up. If they're going for this Drake, perfect. I want to see them set up around that and then maybe move to Baron or just leave Drake and get Baron. But they can't get picked off by Penguin.
Yeah, and Penguin is going to miss that attempted pull. However, that'll be back up soon. I do like this Mundo on the top side. See if he remembers that he has a second summoner spell for this fight or not. But they are posted up around this dragon, and it will be potentially their third Drake.
I do kind of wish Dobbs stayed top to stop Fenbach's TP with his Q, and then he can just TP into the fight, make it a 5v4. So we'll see what happens if Fenbach is able to TP in here. He's backing.
Ooh, they get the flash out of Penguin.
It's a solid start. He does obviously have the Hex Flash, so no real damage done there.
Yeah, no,
Dragon's up.
I was going to say, no contesting yet of this Ocean Drake. Will put them onto Soul Point if they get it.
Oh, Dark. Waiting in the wings.
Will get the stun onto a Mumu, and they're trying to get some damage down, but they just aren't melting the Drake in time. And wait a second, they might have gotten a pull, but Pink Penguin's alone, and Singular Bread doesn't even get to use Curse of the Sad Mummy. And now Mundo's in the back, but it's just Mundo against the entirety of Conduit Esports. Mundo will have to pop the ult and start running away. Conduit got kind of baited trying to chase, but it looks like they really want to get this kill. And then the other two are like, hey, we could do Baron potentially. Leona is going to land the E, but force the flash out of Fenbach. And now you got 3 Conduit members down here and no Baron to start.
They should have just immediately went there. MF and Ivern started that. They have 2 TPs on top and mid. They could have pushed bot, TP'd up to Baron, taken that, and then pushed top. But maybe they just want to wait on that, regroup, get around that Baron again, which I think is fine. I think they had a really good fight around that Drake and could definitely do it again around the Baron. They just need to be really careful and play the fight correctly, because Fenbach wasn't there. He got there very late. I feel like he could have turned that fight around. Alpha actually hit a really nice 5-man ult. It was just too late. It was as they were leaving, so still looked cool.
And Dobbs is behind Mundo here. And that is the amount of healing that you get from not even... Man, he doesn't even have Sundered Sky, and he just healed that much from an auto. This is... Fenbach is... dugging and weaving from all of these Qs from Aatrox, and Dobbs unable to get the kill, but... I mean, Mundo can't do anything. 39 stacks on the Heartsteel 24 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that's not a good number. What's the number now?
Like,
what? Still like 120 that you want to be at now, or
you want to be at like 200 to 400?
No, that's right. It's 120 every like 10 to 12 minutes or something.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! Socks to Thighs gets pulled, but unfortunately, Pink Penguin didn't have any boys around, and Socks to Thighs did.
Yeah, that was a great pull. Got the flash out of Socks, and like you said, literally just unfortunate. Nobody was there to follow up on it. Dobbs and Fenbach going back at it again with the white vans. I don't think any of these guys can kill each other at this point. I think Mundo's ult is on too low of a cooldown. It's just up every fight. Baron fight starting though.
Yeah, but Dark is getting like hurt over here while Conduit's trying to kill Baron. Singler Bread gonna get the Curse of the Sad Mummy. A really, really good ult out of Cass, but a just as good ult out of Misfortune to shut the Cass down. Jinx might be in a spot she doesn't want to be. Fenback's teleporting in, but Dobbs is here with World Ender active, and it's not gonna matter because they've already killed the jungler, they've already killed the mid laner. However, Conduit jungler does die, and they do not want to continue the Baron because of that.
I think if you're Monkeys, that is a win there. You're able to take out the jungler. Oh, wow. Gotta love the X-axis. Jesus. By taking out Nation, they're able to stop that Baron from being taken, so that's really solid for them. They're able to stave that off for at least a little bit. So even though they go 2 for 1, you stop a really big objective from being taken here. Yomi's gonna get some more gold in him. Only 2 items right now, looking for that third one, as is Domination, but if we're looking at the gold right now, Domination a solid 600, 700 gold ahead at the moment. And then just across the board, Dobbs 2k gold up, Nation about 800 up, 700 for Socks to Thighs, and then only about 400 in general for the bot lane. So not really a big difference down there, but Dobbs is really swinging this for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Dobbs has been probably the player of the game for each of these Conduit games. And this one really, really shining and showing that Dobbs is a carry potential, a carry factor, and a very strong part of this game. And this is just a repeat of what happened like 10 minutes ago. Cass pushed up a little bit too far, doesn't have the vision behind, and it's going to get collapsed on.
Baron.
Yeah, which is not a bad move because look at all of Conduit being down here. I think Dobbs might have just realized the potential mistake that they're making. Cass is going to waste her time, 2012, but the damage is being done here, and here comes Dobbs. Dobbs can easily hop in and 1v3 to delay this, and is able to miss. He's walked around, and this fight is about to be crazy, and Amumu's able to get it, but Dobbs is fighting all over the place on here and is able to get the flash out of Mundo, and somehow Amumu lives up there as well. Oh, but the blast cone sends a Pink Penguin to his death. So only one
Just
dead.
like that. 1 death for Baron. They're going to trade that for
Cass.
Drake as well, though. I think you get Ocean Soul here is huge for Dobbs. But he's just going to heal.
Yeah,
he's
that's
not dying.
unfair.
He's not going to die anymore. When I say anymore, he's not going to die at all. He hasn't died yet. Immediately, Jinx going to help out a little bit with that rocket. Femback's walking in, trying to look to maybe contest this. I don't think they can because Moon was nowhere near. Just to get a little bit of poke out there. Gonna move back. Probably look to back here. Sitting on a little bit of gold on the mid and ADC. So probably want to look to reset, send everybody back to the respective lanes, and just keep this Baron off.
Yeah, and I think that Conduit might have a decent team at, clearing against this Baron. You got Victor, you got MF can ult a wave if it gets too crazy. And if you push up too far, you're just going to get engaged on by Leona, and Daisy's going to hop on top of all of you. So look, they can't even with a 5-man, I guess it's only 4 castles in there, but even with everyone mid and the Baron minions, they can't even get the cannon into range to hit the turret.
Yeah, to be fair, if Cass is there, she throws out a miasma, does some good damage, and at least trades, but it's really hard for them to just walk through, like, to the MF and the Victor. There's just too much wave clear. Looks like they might try to fight under tower here.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if Conduit tries to pull the trigger on something here. They're all sitting in bushes, and there goes Leona's ult, but it's not going to hit anything, although Pink Penguin's hook is also going to hit nothing, and they are going to clear the wave out yet again and still hold on to this mid tower. This is 60 seconds of 120 seconds of Baron gone. You only have 60 seconds left of this Baron, and they haven't even gotten a tower.
Uh-oh, we got a DC from MF there. I think what they need to do is they need to have Dark use Zenith Blade to initiate and not Solar Flare. It's so much easier to hit Zenith Blade on whoever you want to, and then drop the Solar Flare on top when people try to fall in on you. And then you can hit multiple people that way instead of just trying to throw out that R and then missing.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get Jinx to cleanse the Solar Flare so he can E in. because that's what he did bot lane once, and it looked really cool. But I agree, I'm always going to use E first.
Yeah, I think it's just easier to have her cleanse the Zenith Blade, and
Or
then
the
just drop
Q.
the yeah, or that too. Yeah, and then you drop Solar Flare on them. There's if you're trying to just get one ability out of someone, just use the ability that will just focus them, right? You don't need to waste something you can just use on the whole team. So what I think they need to do to set up like the next fight, they have the setup for it too. Drop Daisy, get the Zenith Blade in, Ivern Qs and Leona Qs, then drop Solar Flare, MF ult, Victor ult. Like they just have a perfect wombo combo, and there's no movement on the other team.
Mundo's gonna have to flash out of
way
there.
To disengage.
Mundo,
They're all engaged 100%.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with everything you're saying there. Mundo does not go where he pleases, it turns out.
No, he does not. He gets stopped and he has to flash away. I don't think he had to flash away, but he did. He did steal that though, so he takes what he pleases.
Correct. Although it seems like he doesn't please to take any kills this game.
No, I mean he's still sitting at 252 CS, a little bit over Dobbs, which I mean it's a decent trade-off for having your
I was gonna say
be 7 kills.
Yeah, I was gonna say 14 CS, 7 kills. Even enough.
You take the wins where you can, right? Like you take the little wins. 165 stacks on that Heartsteel though, not looking good.
Brett is
Dobbs
up here.
trouble,
Fenbach is up here. I don't know if Dobbs is in trouble. Dobbs is not going to die before Leona gets here. That TP might have been overzealous. Flashes the Solar Flare out of there. But here comes Misfortune with Nation as well on the side. Penguin, I don't think you want to be there. Meanwhile, Singular Bread's getting killed on the other side of the fight as well. They get the teleport out of Alf, and they aren't even Baron's not up for another 80 seconds, 70 seconds at this point, and they're still getting these kills.
Yeah, they focused a lot onto Pink Penguin there. Like to run and try to chase.
Hey, that's the wrong person you want to pull, Pink Penguin. You're gonna get stunned up. And did I mention you're gonna get stunned up?
That was the one thing I said about Dark with being against Penguin. The one guy you don't want to pull. At this point, you probably don't want to pull Dobbs either, but Dark definitely the last person you want to pull.
Yeah, honestly, I think you'd rather pull Dark than Dobbs, but I do agree. It's neither of them are good. Dobbs is just, you pull Dobbs, he's going to press R and say goodbye, which would be hilarious, and I would like to see that once this game as well. But yeah, Penguin's like, you know what? I'm super good at these hooks, and kills himself on fort.
And we have 20 seconds on the Baron as well. I imagine Phoenix, with the way they're positioning right now, probably heading up to get around there, get some vision down, try to clear out any vision that may be remaining, as we can see in the top pixel bush here, which is so weird seeing that now. Just that pixel bush right in the middle of the river. And then River Bush gets some vision down there. Fenbach in the area, as is Pig Penguin with the sweeper. All of Monkeys hovering around here. This is going to be a big fight, and it's starting.
Yeah, Conduit needs to make sure they get this Baron faster, win the fight, because Elder buff is up in 30 seconds, and you do not want to flip Baron with Elder buff about to be up. Although they are still hitting it, they are still trying to fight. This is going to be a 5v5. Solar Flare is used, Curse of the Sad Mummy is used as well, but doesn't hit anyone. Dobbs is on the back of this fight. Bullet time is beautiful over top of a Mumu, but Jinx is getting tons of damage. Dobbs might end up dying to the Super Mega Death Rocket. Fenbach is going to live. Domination. Jinx is excited. Jinx is about to potentially get the pentakill. And there it is, the Jinx pentakill. Just like I was saying, you don't want to flip these. And they go straight to the grill at McDonald's.
Beautifully played by Monkeys. That was so perfect with their positioning. Phoenix got a couple really good kills, but Yomi able to sit back, Fenbach just stand in front of him, and Yomi just excited over and over and over again. Jinx really puts in the work there. And I feel like that's something we've been seeing a lot with the ADCs, but Yomi specifically this whole set, is that bottom lane is really just kind of sleeper for a while, and then suddenly the ADCs are popping off, and Yomi's done that pretty much all 3 games.
Yeah, and the next 2 minutes is going to be a little bit tough for Conduit. Baroned up Elder buff. I don't know what you do.
I don't know what you do in this situation. I don't know that you can really get back into it after a loss like that. I mean, you were up like 7K gold. Now you're down 2K. You have Ocean Soul.
Listen, we've
And then
been
you're
here
still
before,
losing these
right?
fights.
Game number 1.
Yeah, they have to hope for a misplay.
They
on
have
the
to
side
hope
of
for
Monkeys.
another Dobbs play.
That realistically, yes. But Penguin is probably going to walk up and just grab someone out from underneath this tower. Or maybe they don't have to do anything. Maybe Phoenix just backs right off.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix does not want to fight this. They got Elder for
No.
another 65 seconds.
That's the problem, is they can't fight it. Baron and Elder, I don't know. I hate saying that the game's over, but I can't see any way that they stop this push.
Oh, right. They don't have to stop. Like, the push isn't going to go any further than the inhib tower, right? Maybe the inhib itself. Because they got 2 more waves with 50 seconds to try to get here. Blind hooks being thrown, just fishing from Pink Penguin. But they really do not have to stop the push completely. Now, ton of gold going to be given over. It's going to be really hard. But all they have to do is just survive this push and then kind of reset and look for something. Because they do have the Ocean Soul, like we've talked about, which is definitely going to help. But
the thing, I don't think they can survive though. I don't know if they have the resources.
I mean, they only have 20 seconds left of Elder buff. So if they can end here in the next 10 seconds, like, if they have to fight right now.
They look like they're gonna end it in the next 10 seconds. This first.
Yep, there it is. They find the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and it's gonna go on. The bullet time's actually kind of a lot of damage, but Pink Penguin lands the pull right on the domination. Dark is trying to do things in the backside, but unfortunately, their Elder buff is gone now. Oh, it's not even gone. My bad.
Nope,
It's 2.5
still
minutes.
there. Dobbs trying to do what he can, staying alive, doing a lot of damage, and finally falls. Victor will fall as well. Domination going to be the only one standing as the game does end at the 37-minute mark. I'm pretty sure the first game ended right at the same time too.
Yeah. Conduit, you were winning till you weren't. Looking at this damage, Socks the Thighs again, 46k, Dobbs 5k. So much more damage coming out of Conduit than out of Literal Monkeys, but it's not. It doesn't matter when you just throw the Baron fight. The classic flip of the Baron. Huge mistakes were made. Hashtag. Any final thoughts before we throw it off?
Well, Dobbs not number 1 in damage this time. Does pass the 30,000 mark, but Socks and Thighs 46,000 on the Victor. I mean, you look at the stat lines for Phoenix. They played great. It's just around those objectives is where they really lost their footing. But hopefully they'll learn from those mistakes in the next game.
Yeah, they lost that one dragon fight as well. The second Drake went really bad, and they ended up all dying and lost the Drake. And then the same thing happened with the Baron fight, right at the last Baron fight of the game. Really need to go back to the drawing board and talk it over about how we're going to be playing through these fights. But we're going to do a brief break while we wait to get into Champ Selected Game number 2. Don't go anywhere. This could be the final match if Monkeys win. If not, we'll go to a 5th. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Champ Select for game number 4 in this best of 5 tonight. I am Still Peas, joined by Still Fury as we get into Still Conduit versus Literal Monkeys. Although there is a shakeup.
I can't believe it.
Conduit's
They
on blue.
swap sides. I can't believe this has happened to me. I've never thought I'd see the day.
Oh, they're
Game
banning
4
Blitz.
side swap.
They're
I mean,
gonna
you
get
have
Ash.
to ban Blitz at this point, right? Like, maybe you take Jinx here so that Monkeys don't get it, because Jinx was an issue. So it would make sense to take it.
They could also take Ash. It will just be the Jinx.
Yeah, I think Jinx is fine to play into Ash, even if Monkeys do take it. It's just a matter of what they pick with the Jinx. I'd probably like to see Braum myself. I'm just a really big fan of Braum in general, honestly. I think he's all around a good pick for support.
Yeah, I with Jinx would like to see Nautilus, or
also
Lux.
good too. That Poppy would be good again.
Oh yeah,
Seraphine. Oh, Kaisa. Getting picked
I would
right up
love
on
to see Nami. Nami's like best in class support right now, but it seems like no one in this elo's playing it.
Yep. Yeah, I feel
Taking
Nami
the
is just
Ivern
not-
away from Nation though.
I want to see if, like, I mean, I know Bread plays it. I want to see what kind of level he plays it on, because this will really show me how Nation was doing on jungling farm. With how much Ivern has. If he is getting gapped in farm by Ivern.
No, I mean Ivern should have had a lot more farm. When I was saying that he's gonna get a bunch, I was saying he's not as down as it looks because he's about to collect a lot. But
Yeah.
Nation should have been on par, if not ahead in farm, because he can farm so much faster. Like you go up and you just touch all of them, you smite the one thing you back, you come and clear your whole camp and you gank at level like 4. It's fast. I've like if you watch Glada play Ivern, he has a lot of farm to go with this ganks. That's Gwen picked early though. Actually, that could be Nation Jungle Gwen. I think I've actually seen that.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say I know Gwen Jungle is in his repertoire, so we'll see if that's actually where he's going. I'm sure this is a I'm gonna take this here, but we can flex it here if we want. Like this is probably Dobbs taking it top, but saying that if Nation wants to jungle, depending on the matchup, he'll take it.
Right.
Or vice versa.
His Nation already sees the matchup against Ivern. Taking the Cass away, so that way Monkeys can't get it this time. So Cass being a very contested pick this series. Jinx and Brand, contested picks this series. Corki, though, gonna be picked again.
Corki didn't do anything in the game that he was picked, so that's interesting to see him get picked up again.
And that means it's only up from here then.
Especially with the Victor up. Like, Victor was up. There's a couple good picks that you could have taken. You could take Vigar again. Did well in that game.
Maybe since they just lost against the Victor, they didn't want to, or they just beat the Victor with Cass, they didn't want to pick it.
Maybe. I don't know.
They also must think that this is a Gwen jungle because they banned Aatrox.
Yeah, this might be a smart swap. Depending on what else they ban here. This could be a decent jungle top swap.
And they ban Gnar.
Gnar. And I like the Cassiopeia picks, honestly. I like that she's been prioritized because I've been saying for a while that she's a really strong champion, and if anyone just like got good at her, they would just dominate. And starting to finally see her actually get used. She's a really strong champion, really fun to watch. Very rounded.
Phoenix been playing it a lot the last couple seasons too, so other teams picking it, stealing it, kind of cool to see. They will get that Nautilus banned away and will pick the Leona. Tarek is banned from Phoenix, so you can't use Nautilus, you don't get Leona. What are you gonna pick in your support?
Alistar. Leona goes in, you just headbutt her out and use him to disengage, or you go Seraphine.
I was gonna say it could be Seraphine.
I don't know how Milio does into it. Like Milio good with that?
Yep. Milio would be my pick. Renata is like my actual pick, but every time I say Renata, no one locks it in.
I was gonna say picking Renata is crazy because I haven't seen her get picked in forever. I forgot she existed.
Renata is one of my favorite champions in the game to play with.
She's also really good with Jinx.
Yeah, that bailout on a Jinx when she gets excited. Oh, it's so good. And if you get a really nice ult, as Kaisa's like ulting in or Corki's in there, like they have the champions to really melt them. And it is the Gwen jungle. I mean, it's still a flex.
Technically, yes, but I do think it is going to be Dobbs on the Mordekaiser. I feel like putting Dobbs on Mord is just the smart thing to do, even if
I agree, but I think we
Gwen.
see Nasian play more this season.
I wouldn't doubt it. Well, for now, we'll see what this last.
I agree with you. I think Dobbs Mord is incredible. Renekton.
Yeah, it's gotta be Mordekaiser top. I don't think you want to pick a. Well, do you?
I think
Gwen might trade a little bit better.
Yeah, but like at the same time, you're like, what are you immune to? You know,
right?
Your whole ability becomes useless against a melee Renekton. I don't know. I really like Phoenix's comp, but I also really like Monkey's comp, except for the Corki. So it's like,
yeah,
I'm 100% in on Phoenix, and I'm only 80% in on Monkeys. But I could be proven wrong. I'd love to be proven wrong. But yeah, I think that's my take. I think if Renata gets a nice ult, it's be about to make a name for herself.
I think Renata's a great pick, especially with how well Yomi's been doing this game. Being able to, I mean, I can almost safely say, watching all these games, Yomi's eventually just going to be ahead with a lot of CS, 3 items, probably no deaths. Even with that, Renata throws out an ult, and then Kaisa kills her own team. So, really good pick, especially with that Jinx. I like the fact that Phoenix is going for a full kill game, honestly. Like, just put everybody on damage and just try to kill people.
I agree as well, but we're going to go throw it to a quick break. Again, sub to the channel if you like what you've been watching and you want to support us. We are going to have a 3-minute commercial break, so don't let that dissuade you from staying here, and maybe it can persuade you into throwing us a Twitch Prime sub. But we'll be right back, like I said, once we get into this game. Don't go anywhere for game number 4 of this best of 5. Monkeys to take it right here. Conduit could push us all the way. Hello and welcome to game number 4 here of this best of 5 between Conduit Phoenix and Literal Monkeys. Conduit Phoenix on the blue side for the first time this series after going down 2-1. This could be the end of their playoffs run here in the semis. They could also take us to a game 5. 5 pointing like normal for the first time this series.
I like seeing it finally. I think we saw kind of a 5-point game number 1. And then it kind of dissipated really quickly. But I'm liking both of the teams' drafts, honestly. I think they both work very well. Like you said, not really feeling the quirky yet. I hope I am proven wrong. I want to see that come to fruition. Pink Penguin, though, going to be on this Leona. I imagine probably going to be wanting to be pretty aggressive this game. Can't really sit back and let Renata just scale ahead in the early game. So I imagine we're probably going to be seeing a little bit more action out of the bot lane this game.
Yeah, I want to point out that Leona took what I think is the worst rune between Aftershock and Glacial. I think Glacial is just so good on tanks, and I think, or Aftershock's so good on tanks that Glacial is just not. So I do think that that is the wrong choice, but I mean, Penguin, it's definitely not a bad rune, but it's definitely the less popular and the lower win rate of the two.
See, I was going to bring it up, but I didn't know what the stats were on it, so I'm glad my suspicions were correct about that, at least.
Yeah, and Jinx, Kaisa, both. So this Jinx with PTA, whereas Yomi had Fleet last game, so that is another change here. And Socks to Thighs starting the Doran's Ring and not the Tear of the Goddess. Other than that, everything looks about normal.
It's fine. Not to go the tier. I prefer it. Just because it's like, as long as you're stacking it.
Uh-oh.
You want to stack it. Alpha has an upper hand here. Socks just out of range, though.
Uh-oh.
Misses the Q. Oh, man.
Yeah.
That was...
Socks missing multiple Qs, almost out of mana, almost out of health now. It's what a story. The story of the mid lane. Dobbs, though, getting pushed into his tower for like the first time this whole series.
Oh, good flash there from Socks back into the mid tower there. But yeah, like you said, Dobbs finally down 4 CS at the moment, playing against the Renekton here. Very scary champion if he hasn't been touched in a while. Yeah,
and I mean, I'm sure once Dobbs is like up and running to level 6, we'll see this change. And already, actually, Dobbs getting heavy and into this fight. Although Singular Bread's here, Dobbs has to try to dodge this Q. Okay, Bread's not even going to throw it out. So there will be the safety and security for Dobbs. Although Bread's still here, auto-attacking some minions for Fenbach.
I will say, I like the way Dobbs fought that. He actually played it very smart. He waited until after Renekton used that W to pop his shield so that Renekton didn't break the shield right away. So very well played. It makes me hopeful for the remainder of the fights. Not that I wasn't already hopeful, it's just I know Renekton is kind of a annoying champion to play against. But the way Dobbs fought that, maybe
and
happy about the lane.
Gwen has been spotted out, but we'll just, hop over the wall.
Yeah, Gwen going to be able to dash around the map here, not really in any immediate danger anywhere. However, bot side of the map, there's no jungle up at all, so he's going to go ahead and take his back with about 975 gold in his pocket. Singular Bread looking for a gank.
Yeah, and Valkyrie in, Singular Bread not going to be able to land any Q, and Gwen deciding to cancel her back. Her dead time ended, and the Krugs did spawn in. So
is it worth it though? Is he really going to get anything else out of this?
It depends on what item Gwen's going for first. But if Gwen is going for Rift Maker, then he probably wanted to try to get enough gold for Haunting Guise or Fiendish Codex. But you said he was at 900 already, so he's probably just going to keep pathing to get the Fiendish Codex. Now, if he's going the other build with the Gnasher's Tooth first, then he's probably saving up for who knows, because all the items in that are under 900.
The only issue I have with that is that he's got 45 seconds left on the Void Grubs, and then you already have Dragon up. He's got to take this back soon so that we can be in position to try to take one of those objectives. But it looks like he's just going for the double full clear right now. And then potentially backing or maybe looking for a gank top afterwards, but he'll be sitting on about 1,600 gold after he kills this Kron.
So he'll probably backing it a blasting wand and like a what is it called? Or actually he'll probably get a fiendish codex and then like half a recurve bow. But he is coming up to gank. Nation spotted Dobbs. I was gonna say Dobbs could just ult to keep him here, but there are goons coming. And Fenbach turns 6 and will just hop away like nothing happened. Now it's about to be a 3v2. Although Pink Penguin still, I mean, Bread still hasn't backed yet, but that is a dead nation.
Yeah, I don't understand the logic in trying to gank a Renekton that has 2 longswords. He's already backed and you haven't taken it back yet. That was really greedy. Dobbs almost goes down to that fight as well. Fenbach's actually, I think, going to be a problem in this game. Renekton, a bit of a stronger champion, a little bit easier to pilot. And so Fenbach's looking pretty good right now. In the lead, 14 CS up, still holding a decent lead as the Void Grubs, number 1, going to be taken here by the side of Monkeys, as we are seeing pings coming out onto the Drake.
Yeah, Conduit going to just trade the Drake over for those Void Grubs. Gwen getting exactly what I thought she'd be buying, except actually had enough gold to finish the recurve bow. Gwen jungle, I really like it. I don't do it often because I'm not good at it, but it's like one of those for fun champions I play that I really enjoy. Her play style is really, really cool. It's just hard to get ganks out sometimes because you don't have any setup at all. So
no, unless you have some kind of dash and then someone else has set up like Socks and Thighs does or Dobbs with the ultimate, but using the ultimate to set up the gank isn't really great. I imagine you'd rather use it to finish the gank, you know, let Nation get in there, try to do some damage, because otherwise he's just kind of standing around, walking around, being able to not really do much like we just saw in that last fight up top.
yeah,
Right now it's a 900 gold lead and everything kind of reset.
yeah, I only really recommend ulting for CC if your teammate that's coming also has CC to follow up once the ult is out. Like if it's like a Mumu or like a Belveth that can like land the W and start fighting. But yeah, I agree. Other than that, try to save your ult to finish the kill, or if your jungler gets insta bursted, save them.
Right.
Because Renekton will do that to you.
And Renekton, that W, just point click, absolutely just shreds. It's really great ability. Dobbs probably going to be all right later on in the game as long as Fenbach doesn't continue this lead that he's really garnered and escalated as well over the past couple of minutes. If he can stay even on CS, bring himself back up, do a little bit more bullying on him, Dobbs is not going to have any problems. And he's going for a fight.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dobbs has ult, but so does Fenbach. So Dobbs is trying to fight. Will miss the Q, so the Q's not going to land the crit. And we'll have to cancel that fight off. Nation and Bread were close, but Bread was closer.
Yeah, Bread, I don't think saw Nation either on that sweeper, that Oracle lens that he hit. So Nation pretty safe on this top side here. He's going to be able to take that Scuttle Crab no problem. Bot lane.
Yeah, Penguin going to get hand shook, and nothing's going to really come out of that. Nation's here. And we'll get the flash out, but can just ult again, misses Ghosts, misses R3 as well, and Fenbach's able to just double E out of there.
Man, if he gets one of those, Fenbach is slowed. He did have to flash, so they got the flash out of him at the very least. He is going to back, no TP, so Dobbs can kind of get his CS back up to where Fenbach is right now. But not the best gank. They got something out of it, though. So as long as they come back and repunish that, the fact that there's no flash top, I think it'd be worth it.
I think it'd be worth it as well. Trying to see what's going on here. Teleporting back into the mid. It's pretty even in the jungle, but the top lane has a significant lead over Dobbs. And mid's even 80. Basically, everyone's dead even except for top lane. The entire lead is top.
Do you think we're going to be seeing the Bread head top more, or do you think he'll be moving around to try to get those leads onto Alpha and Yomi, what would you prefer?
I'd like to see Bread try to get bot ahead, shut down this Jinx. I think Renekton can fend for himself. And you're basically going to try to be baiting Asian to go top the whole time. And as long as Fenbot can keep up the wards and just prepare, should be able to do that, be fine there, continue to take the CS lead and make some fights go well. But Nation is going to try to go top anyways, because right now, you know, Void Grubs are about to be up, so it makes sense either way. The reason why Nation probably doesn't want to go top is because Dobbs could just ult Nation.
They're falling in on Bread here, so they're looking to get a nice pick.
Fox the Thigh is not going to get the ult stun off, but it doesn't matter because they still have enough players up here for the pick. This is a 4v2 right now. Corki finally starting to roam up. It'll be a 4v3 if they try to take this fight. It looks like they're not going to, and it will just be 3 for 3 on these grubs.
Surprised that they actually stuck around for that there. I did not think they were going to try to push the pressure, and I feel like they're kind of lucky that Conduit really focused the Void Grubs and didn't try to take that fight, because I think Conduit could have won that fight if they chose to turn, but I'm glad that they stuck to the objective itself. Grab those Void Grubs, got back out, they go back to farming now. Oh, and a pick.
Yeah, Solar Flare's gonna go, Zenith Blade's gonna go. Toxic is actually gonna be able to queue back, and Corki doesn't have enough rockets to finish off the fight, and so they get Leona exhaust to trade for Socks to Thighs all or Flash, and honestly, pretty good on Thighs, Socks to Thighs to get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, they wasted a lot for that, like you said, the exhaust and the ult from Pink Penguin. So overall, a win for Socks to Thighs as long as he doesn't get ganked and killed within the next 5 minutes here. But I don't think that'll be a problem as Dragon is coming up here, and it is being started. It's going to be the Hex Tech. Yeah, this is probably just going to be succeeded over. I don't think anybody's looking for a fight.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just gonna be a 1-for-1 Drake trade at the moment as we have another Ocean Soul.
They're just giving us the gift of variety tonight, huh?
Yeah.
A minute on Rift Herald, 7 on Baron. I would like to see Phoenix go for Rift Herald. Have they gotten one this set yet?
Yeah, they got it, I believe, game 2. Potentially game. They definitely got one because I remember they used it on Bot Tower, and I said,
oh, you're right, they did.
I said how many grubs it would have.
The one time. Yeah, I think that might have been the only one. So they have one so far. I want to see them push for this one. Try to get a nice lead going for themselves. We're dead even. Like nothing's happened this game essentially.
Yeah. And nothing really has happened. Like you said, 3-3 on grubs, 1-1 on Drakes, 1-1 on kills, 20.3 to 20.3 on gold. It is very, very even. Although, how is the top gold coming? I see Dobbs has closed the lead on that, but still down about 600. But Nation up about 600. So basically, there it is.
Yeah, I like seeing Nation up right now, up on CS. I am happy to see that he can get that lead. It really is just because Ivern was slower on the overall,
yes,
I guess rotation of it because he has to wait a little bit.
But Bread is still
good.
farming much better than Nation did because it was like 110 to like 60.
That's correct.
So Bread's still doing better, but Nation is definitely power farming on the power farming champ.
Seeing the Bread with that redemption done as well is topside. They're ready for a fight up here. TP coming through.
Yeah, well, they're looking to get that Rift Herald.
Though. They're caught 2-on-2 on either side of the flanks. This is not good. Every time they start an objective and a fight breaks out, has not gone their way.
Dobbs can look to ult someone in the pit. He's gonna ult singular Bread to try to secure the fight. Goes over. Pink Penguin almost dying on the back. Renata ult goes through, and they had Bread and Alf fighting each other. The trap is so good to the point where it's going to get the kill onto the Ivern, and that is going to be a 2-for-0 plus the Rift Herald that you wanted to see Conduit get.
I feel like Domination got there really fast. When I checked the map, Domination was down towards the bot side, and I blinked, and suddenly he was top, shredding the backline there as everybody was trying to escape. Really good engage there. Dobbs with that TP into the top side. Started that Herald pretty much at the perfect time. Like, if they started it any earlier, then it might have been a little bit of a problem for them. But great follow-up on it.
Yeah, and they were able to. Oh, and there it is, the handshake.
That was a great interaction. Renata throwing Penguin back towards his ADC, saying, "We appreciate you, but no thanks."
You shall not pass, says Renata.
And you shall not pass as any of these towers. We're 16 minutes in, all towers still standing. Closest one to falling is going to be that bottom tower for Phoenix. But even then, right now, Socks and Thighs is holding strong in the bot lane. Double buffs with the Cassiopeia. Not going to see much pushing anytime soon with the Corki. It's just going to be handshakes for waves at this point.
No, Renata has the handshake.
Okay, you're right.
I would like to see this Rift Herald used to get first tower, though. This will be, I think, the first Rift Herald of the game that can actually get first tower.
Who currently... Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen. The jungler picked it up, so
I
I can
just
drop
drop it mid right now, right?
And it looks like that's what they're going to do. They're pinging it, they're pushing it, they're not doing it.
Okay.
They maybe wait for, like, the
Drake's
next wave, because Drake's going to be up in 40, so maybe try to push it in as Drake's spawning.
Yeah, that's smart. Hold on for a second here. They're standing on a ward. They gotta realize that at this point. Like, I like watching this. Like, obviously we know what they don't, but now that they know, they're like, oh, I was sitting on a ward the whole time.
Yeah, and Nation got to make sure Nation doesn't take any damage, or Nation can't pop the Rift Herald.
Mm-hmm. He has to sit back, let Socks and Thighs sit back with Miasma, and Not So Dark will make sure no one walks in. A little bit early on the Rift Herald drop here. Maybe wait till after you take out the cannon minion.
Yeah, and Gwen's gonna ride it in. That should be almost enough to get the kill. Solar Flare is gonna be used, but it's gonna miss. The bailout's used a little bit early onto the Jinx, but they still got the tower. Gwenult's gonna be used to kill Daisy and Daisy only.
We're gonna move towards this Drake as well. Are we gonna see a contestation of it? I mean, they don't have Daisy. They don't have Solar Flare, so they're just going to give that over.
And Conduit's getting a free dragon.
Good start from so far. It's going to be almost about a 4K gold lead here at the beginning. Dobbs pushing in top, trying to get this tower. I want to see someone go up there and help take that down. That's got to be the next objective, because Cass could sit here and take bot lane, and looks like she doesn't do enough damage just yet. I don't think to take this.
Just agree. I think the actual next objective should be the Nexus, though.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Just skip over all the inhibs.
Yeah, just
go straight to the Nexus.
Yeah, just
Riot actually coded it back in. You can destroy the Nexus. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the inhibs. Just go hit it.
Yeah, I'd like to see Poppy move the Baron into mid lane again as well.
I actually missed that. Those were funny. Oh, Penguin has DC'd. Well, doesn't look like it was a quick DC either, so.
Quick enough. We'll probably.
It was just enough to make us probably have issues with the spectator client.
Yeah, we're gonna get in. It's gonna play, and then it's gonna give us the second pause, and then we're gonna be like, oh well.
Then we're gonna be desynced.
Nah, we'll be good. We will be hashtag Justin Timberlake NSYNC.
Don't worry, I'm on color anyway. You're the only one that needs to be on time.
True.
I don't need that.
Do you imagine if you were the one streaming and I was trying to color play by play while being 2 seconds behind the stream or ahead of it?
I'm getting ready to set you up for like a play, and it already happened.
I'm over here like, oh my gosh, blah 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 just died, and it's like 3 seconds from now on the stream.
It's like, what are you talking about? The game's over. You're 5 minutes behind.
Conduit just won finals. Why are you still casting semi?
That's fine. We're stuck.
I
don't know what's going on with the timing of the game. We're at 20 minutes, and this is probably the slowest game we've had. It's only 3-1. Very much so focused on objectives and farming. Everybody's pretty good in the farming department. Nobody really has a major lead over the other, except for what we're seeing in the jungle with Najin being over Singular Bread, but everywhere else relatively evened out.
Yeah, it's very, very close game. Drake lead to Conduit, Tower lead to Conduit. That's it. So, and obviously gold lead, but that comes with having Tower lead.
Right. Now, I just need to see Conduit close the game out when they can, right? They have a lead right now. They can work with that. They can look for kills, send Gwen mid, make Corky use his W on something, and then jump on him. There's the pause.
So pause.
I want to see them like get these leads and then do something with them. What they're doing is just they're getting leads and then they're leaving it up to a coin flip team fight in all of these games instead of actually using their gold advantage as a calculated advantage. It's just we have this lead, let's coin flip a fight, let's coin flip an objective, even though we don't have to, and then they end up losing it, and then monkeys come back from a 6k gold deficit. Hopefully they talked about that in the in-between games, because right now they're looking a lot more cohesive.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they've kind of talked about the mistakes they were making and kind of what they wanted to focus on here to not have those mistakes yet again. Like this Dark up here trying to bait this Renekton to maybe try to fight, although Tops looks like he's almost winning the trade, so might not happen.
Yeah, I think at this point with Riftmaker being done, and the fact that I'm pretty sure he's going Thornmail next.
Oh no. And yeah, but he's just gonna be able to double jump out. Oh, but there it goes. He is able to get the pull back, and there's the redemption used and healed all the way back up to full. And it's like Renata was never there, and Renata left Renekton for death. Pink Penguin's up here too. Man, they're ready for this Baron.
Dobbs just I don't know why he walked back in there. That was a very gutsy move. Like you said, though, Baron is up. Dobbs thankfully does have TP, so if he has to back, he can TP right back into the fight. See everybody hover on this top side. Socks to Thighs is kind of just walking in these minions to try to take out the spot lane turret against Alpha. Alpha having a lot of wave clear, being able to just stop the push, but ultimately we're seeing Socks win.
Yeah, Sox winning in the farm game just barely. That tower is still alive. That was the lowest tower earlier in the game, and it's still there.
Yeah, no other towers really have been touched on the side of Phoenix. Like mid lane, top tower, still pretty much sitting exactly where they were. Bot tower, I think maybe got hit a couple of times. But Sox has just been sitting down there, clearing the waves, 184 CS. Needs to be careful, though. No real vision up here to spot anybody out. He's going to back off.
Yeah, and Renata's down here, Gwen's down here. They're all ready just in case to make sure that this Cats does not get ganked. And maybe we'll get the tower.
And Dobbs, TP. Fenback has TP as well. They're going to go up to the top lane here. I hope Dobbs waits for Fenback to use the TP. Both of them can stop each other's, right? Fenback uses W, stops it. Dobbs uses his pull, stops it. Or even his ult, doesn't have to worry about it. But
ooh, Corky's gonna get hit by the handshake and get grounded, but she misses the ult. So Alpha's able to flash away. The redemption's not going to be enough. And they do get the kill. Could not Valkyrie out because of the grounded, the miasma on the ground there. And that is a pick onto the Corky. Now, still 80 seconds till Drake, so not going to be an objective, but it will be another tower for Conduit.
Yeah, that's what I want to see them actually do, is take these leads, go somewhere, and get something with it. That was a great pick. That's exactly what you need right now, too, because nothing was happening between Sox and Alpha. Somebody had to die, and it was Alpha finally. Does have that fully stacked Tear of the Goddess, though. As we can see on Sox, Seraph's Embrace is actually finished. However, so quite a decent gold lead on there. About 1,100, almost 1,200 in favor of Cass. And now everybody back in the mid lane, we're seeing Dark maybe go for a fight.
Yeah, and Dark's going to lay the handshake, but not going to pull or shoot them in any direction. I like how Nation's taking some jungle camps down here. We'll get the Gromp. And seems like they might get spotted. The Valkyrie away immediately.
Oh. Okay, so that's a big cooldown if they choose to take this fight right now, which they are.
Yeah, Nation, though, not going to be able to get anything. No CC. Renata not able to follow up with anything. Kaiser does hit the W, but won't mean much. Only hit start.
I don't know. Gwen doesn't have CC, but... Oh.
Socks to thighs gets hit by the solar flare, but there's Renata ult, and it's huge. It shuts down the whole fight for Monkeys, and Fenbach might have just jumped into a little bit more than he can croc, and ends up having to jump all the way away. Daisy's already dead, and that's going to be Drake number 3 for free going to Conduit.
That was a good fight. I don't know. I couldn't get a good view on who all that Renata ult hit, but
all 4
it hit enough to stop any kind of movement going forward. And they're still going to get caught here.
Who just flashed?
Singular Bread.
Yeah, and it's Singular Bread flashes out and still somehow catches the Leona. That is crazy. That could be a Baron
Yeah,
angle.
Leona ends up stepping in those traps. Good pick.
A bangle, if you will.
Realistically, should be a bangle, as you said. You just coined that term. We're going to use that. That's going to be a permanent thing from now on. That's canon. So they are going to move up to that Baron, hopefully. Maybe take a turret here. I don't like that move. I think they should have just went straight top, because now they're like dead. They're caught between everybody, unless they can manage to get out of here.
Yeah, I think the handshake will be able to stop the Croc from getting in. And they're gonna walk up to be able to defend Jinx, but they're not gonna be able to get the top tower because of this.
Yeah, that was a bit of a misplay there from Phoenix. I feel like they really haven't gotten a hang of what they should be doing after they grab an objective, when there's not really anything on the map over the whole series so far.
Well, they still got the top
every
tower.
time they take something to go somewhere else, they do finally eventually get it. Dobbs, thankfully, being as strong as he is able to push that in. This is not a good angle.
Yeah, Dobbs is, has ult though, can ult someone, will ult Pink Penguin to just try to stay alive as long as he can, so that way the goons come. And oh my gosh, the Renata ult hits 3, hits Corki in the backline. They kill Renekton, they kill Pink Penguin, and it looks like this potentially bad angle is going to turn into the coveted bangle.
That was a beautiful turn from Phoenix. I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know how everybody got there so quickly. Socks to Thighs obviously TP'd, and I saw that come through, but Domination just coming back out of nowhere. Nation getting in there, turning that fight around. Beautiful, what's it called? Hostile takeover.
Yeah.
Coming in from Renata, hit everybody that it could possibly hit. Immediately turned that around. It's 8-1. Baron has been claimed.
I love Renata, man. It's just such a beautiful ult right there. Just it seems like it's not that much until it hits you, and you're like, damn, we just lost the whole fight.
It's genuinely like a better Seraphine ult, I would say. It does exactly what Seraphine does, but better.
Yeah, the only time it's bad is
everybody
against
dies.
one person, because then they still hit you.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one time it'd be bad, but I would hope Renata would never be ulting one person. That would be unfortunate. That would be a sad play.
Yeah, and still got 2 minutes until this Ocean Drake comes up, but now they got Baron for another 2 minutes and 20 seconds. It's looking like they're pressuring up for a 1-3-1. Do you think that's the right play?
Honestly, I think they should all just walk together. I think right now, just 5v5, walk down one lane and look to end the game. I don't think, besides Corki, there's not a whole lot they can do.
Oh,
as far
Solar
as
Flare
lane clear
hits
without
Jinx.
putting
The slow's
something
going to
away.
land, and Corgi goes in, but there's no follow-up.
Jinx very out by herself. I don't know if she was trying to play bait.
Oh, the Renekton
Great
ult is
handshake.
used, but the handshake says no to anything like that being used. And it looks like they're actually able to make this 1-3-1 work like flawlessly. They got all 5 pulled into the 3 people in mid, and they got nothing out of it. And now we have Gwen and Mordekaiser trading outer towers. Both gonna get solo gold. That's 700 gold a person.
I think Dobbs may be dead.
Dobbs has
Say.
ult. He'll be able to ult and then have friends come again. It's just this tale of two.
Oh wow, never mind.
The tale of
Fenbach
constant.
just-
Fenbach's gonna have to flash away, but he can't go anywhere. He's gonna slice and dice and blow your house down, except he's actually dead.
Oh wow, this Dark just walks up and takes it. Dobbs solos him the entire time. And Dobbs hits him.
Hey, they just
Dark
Dobbs just
hits
wanted to
one
be
more.
007, man.
Oh man, that's unfortunate. Just didn't want that kill. Really good turnaround though. I honestly thought he was dead. I should stop underestimating him.
I mean, Dobbs has plated steel caps and thornmail.
Yeah.
Although
It's
Dobbs
hard
did
to
just
kill
get snared and is getting tower shots. He's gonna have to flash away, but the hostile takeover is just huge again. Corky is just killing his teammate and has to flash away, and they get the inhib tower, and they're potentially gonna get the inhib here. That's 30 seconds left on Pink Penguin. Fenbach spawning up in 5, but you can rotate mid if you want, or you can look for another Nexus tower. And Dragons in 15 seconds. This is another Ocean Soul as well.
I feel like they could fight this 5v4. I mean, I get it. Going back for the dragon, getting that soul is very strong, but I think you could have probably just taken that fight right there and won and ended the game. They'll go ahead and take this Drake. I don't know if it'll be... Nah, definitely not contested here. So that's 3 Oceaned Soul.
That's a lot of healing.
I'm sure they're going to work their way back up to the mid lane.
That's a lot
Right,
of
I
healing.
mean, just everybody walk down mid lane, right? Like, there's no way you lose a 5v5 fight.
It's
like,
either
they have
everyone
one
mid
kill.
or 4-1.
They have 1 kill. If you lose, you deserve to lose the game. But no, I'll just say that.
Right.
Shouldn't be losing at all. 10k gold up. This is looking good for Phoenix.
Yeah, looking like we might have a game 5.
They're taking us the distance, Ryan. They're making us do this.
It's true.
They're punishing me.
They're like, you know what? Bet you we can make this guy furious.
Yeah. It's like, how do we keep this guy up for as long as physically possible? And they're going to take it to game 5. They sacked game 2, sacked game 4. They said, you know what? We're just going to bring it to 5. Which I'm fine with. Every single one of these games has been really good.
Yeah,
Just-
this is the first, like, not competitive game.
Like, I'm not angry watching League of Legends for once because just really dumb plays are being made. It's actually just solid back and forth. And yeah, like you said, this is the first one-sided game, and I really like it. I think it's because they went for this full kill team where they can just let everybody shine on a good champion that they can just do damage with.
Yeah, just make sure you report Nation for being the only death.
That's true. Well, it's only just so far. We don't know. Something might happen here in the next minute or so.
Right,
It
then-
shouldn't,
then-
but something might happen here.
Then you don't report Nation.
Yeah, right now. you
Polar
should see
Flare, though,
Renata
is going to hit Renata. Oh my goodness! Insane cast all in the hostile takeover. Clock the Thighs taking a lot of damage, but the Seraph's pops. They have already killed Alpha. They've already killed Fenbach. They have already killed Daisy, and they are killing the inhibitor as we speak. It is a 5v3, 40 seconds on the death timers. They have all 3 inhibs. They have super minions up here. This is looking like the end of the game.
Definitely going to be the end of the game. Pink Penguin just going to go in, try to pad the stats a little bit. He is going to go down Yomi. Maybe looking for an outro kill, but nothing coming from that. That is going to be a 13-1, 13,000 gold lead win for Phoenix here. It's going to bring us to game number 5.
Game number 5 in Diddly Deed. And as we look, it's Jinx with the most damage this time. Dobbs still at 18,000 by only 398 or 96.
396. Not bad for someone who didn't get a single kill.
Yeah, I was gonna say Dobbs had all of his kills taken, even the one that was absolutely his. Dark came up and said, "Oh, not so fast. I'm not so steal your kill." And 0-0-11, what a KD.
Yomi just chose not to die that game. Or assist.
Yomi chose to not play.
Yomi played passive.
Yo,
that game.
I remember the memes of the Tryndamirs trying to go 0-0-0.
Oh yeah.
And Yomi just did it on Kaisa.
Pacifist Kaisa is real.
That's awesome. I'm already in a lobby. We might be getting into
Me
game
too.
5 pretty quick. But I'm gonna
Throw us to a quick.
I was gonna say I'm gonna throw us to a quick break anyways, but we might be back pretty quickly for game number 5. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome to game number 5 tonight here between Conduit Phoenix and Literal Monkeys. I'm Peas, joined here by not Fury, and I mean that for real this time. Fury had to step away, wasn't able to stay up too late. Voice was hurting him a little bit. So I got Genetics here. How's it going, Genetics?
Game 5 hype coming in for the important one, the BO1, to see who's going to meet Dorado in the finals.
Hell yeah, the BO1 with a meta game behind it. Monkeys back on blue side for the 4th time out of this 5-game series. Conduit's gonna have to ban Brand.
Yeah, I think that Brand in game number 3 was pretty strong, right? It got them the leads that they needed, and it does look like that's gonna get banned, meaning that I maybe back to a first pick Jinx for Literal Monkeys, and that's what it is.
Yeah, I'd like to see Ashe picked in there. Yeah, nice. We're gonna get to see for the first time tonight Jinx against Ashe, and Ashe was something that they really liked in game number 1, has been banned or picked against every other time, except I guess last game it wasn't banned, but they first picked Jinx. So Ashe, Ivern, man, taking this whole 4 out of 5 games, Ivern's been picked.
Yeah. Well, and both of these junglers have shown, decent success with it throughout the series, really. I don't know if it has a loss to its resume. It may come down to which team loses on Ivern first. Jin Zhao.
It does have a loss. It just lost last game.
Oh, yes. I apologize. So maybe it's a red side curse Ivern pick? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But Xin Zhao also lost. So both of these junglers lost the game they were lost one of the games that they were in.
Yeah, Jin, kind of interesting not seeing the rest of Conduit's comp. It's definitely a champion that needs to typically go in. Cassante on B3.
Yeah, it's been banned against them in the second phase these last couple of games, so they don't want to have it go that far to be banned. Might not have been banned last game, but they ended up R5ing the Renekton. But Cassante has done very well, worked wonders for Monkeys this series as it's been picked. I'd like to see if Dobbs is going to pick something here, maybe even pick the Mordekaiser into the Cassante. I don't know if the Aatrox is really the pick they should be going for. Yeah. Okay, so this draft is kind of whoa. They're gonna take the Alistar now, and then
the Alistar.
Mord's probably gonna get banned. And Stand Behind Brum is banned.
It's interesting because Silas is still up. I don't know if Alpha is a Silas player, but there's a lot of decent ults for a Silas to steal right now. I'm wondering what else they could ban here. Maybe they want to ban the Veigar to get rid of the Cage potential. Maybe they want to take the Veigar for themselves on 4.
Maybe they want to take the Silas for themselves on 4.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. You would think that their 4 is going to end up being Dobbs' pick, right? Given the fact that this Cassante is already shown, right?
I would sure hope it is. I think Dobbs should pick, like, Rumble. I don't know if Dobbs plays Rumble, though.
What about Mundo?
Mundo would be pretty hype, and the Cassante too, just Giga Tanks. Trundle would be pretty okay here.
I've never seen Dobbs play that. That would be crazy.
Garen would be insane.
And
it's insane. That's crazy pick.
That is a crazy pick. There isn't a lot of things to necessarily.
Fenbox says in the chat, Dobbs, can we talk about this? I thought we had something.
Yeah, that's Demacia. That's so Demacia, bro.
That is just so Demacia, brother.
And so I'm interested to see what CPX is thinking on this R5 pick. Away, not already taken off the table.
Support?
I hate that.
Or is it Maokai top, Cassante mid? Are they cooking too hard? Have they burnt their steak?
No, surely it's Maokai support. Surely we're not trolling that hard.
It is game 5 of the semifinals. Sometimes you gotta just lay everything you have out on the table.
Talia, okay. Talia makes a little bit of sense. The Zed hover is crazy, right? we don't got no AP. We need some AP. Full AP Malphite mid. Just do it. You know, just when the life's on the line, full AP Malphite mid. No, I don't know what would be good here, really. Vagar probably is fine. Don't have a ton of engage.
Vladimir.
Nico. I don't know if Nico's good right now or not. I guess the proto belt buff, she should be a little bit better. I don't know if she builds it or not, but I figure she would if she needs to hit them fat. What do they called? Pop blossoms.
Pop blossom.
Yeah. So maybe we got some comps.
Yeah, we got some team comps for sure. They are both one of the comps of all time. And I don't know, man. I that Garen pick is so crazy. It's the last thing I expected, and I'm very excited to see Garen play against the Cassante. Alistar, I think, is pretty good. Xin Zhao tries to go in, and Alistar just says, "Excuse me," and then points him the other direction. Yeah, I'm excited. I think I like Phoenix's comp like 0.2% more. I think both comps are crazy and awesome. Maokai support you kind of hate, but you're into Alistar, so like.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
Right. It's not like you're gonna get poked out.
It could be worse. Yeah, it could be definitely worse for this Maokai. I think it's literally just going to come down to who's going to be able to stabilize better, and if Phoenix can find proactive plays with this Ashar, because that's really your engage tool here. Like, you don't have really many other great engage tools. You have maybe Nico.
As I say, you literally have the best engage tool of all time. You have Nico pretending to be the minion into the Flash R.
Yeah, surely monkeys won't fall for that. Maybe they will though.
Bro, we fall for that as spectators.
Well, but that's only because we can't see the icon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, neither can they.
But we're the spectators, so we're dumb.
Amen. Any last second thoughts about these comps before we kick it over to a quick break and commercial?
No, I like both of them. I'm a fan of both. I think they're both really interesting. Interested to see how these play out.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. We're going to go to a quick break. 3 minutes ads. Sub to not see him. Thank you to Unbound for the 2 months of the sub. And yeah, this is game 5. Everything.
Oh, and thank you, Chai. I saw Chai subbed earlier. Resubbed earlier. Thank you both.
Oh, yeah. I think Fury said something about that. That was like before game 1. But yes, thank you. Thank you very much. But yeah, we're going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be back once we're in the game. This is the final match. It's the winner of here goes to face Dorado. The loser says goodbye. Stay with us. Welcome one, welcome all to the potential brawl that will be this game between Literal Monkeys and Conduit Phoenix. Game 5 of this best of 5 to see who goes to finals to play against Dorado. I'm Keys here, joined by Genetics. Genetics, how you feeling? Well, I'm assuming you've been watching the series up until now.
Yeah, I was a little spooked after game 3. You're right. It was like, we made a really dominant game 4 though from Phoenix. A really complete game all the way around, and so the momentum definitely has to be in favor of Phoenix here.
Yeah, and they're looking for the invade, getting that ward down. It will be spotted, it will be autoed, but it's still going to be there, so they will be knowing where this Xin Zhao is going to start. And Garen playing with his pet lion.
Okay, all right. Well,
Genetics, what do you think? Runes, summoner spells, items.
all the runes, not really too bright on mid lane runes. Phase rush, I don't know if that's correct on Talia or not. That seems a little odd, but maybe she's hoping that does each proc of her Q count as a ability?
Yeah, phase rush is like the common rune on mid.
Okay.
It's phase rush. It's phase rush most, and then like a tie for electrocute and first strike. If you're jungle, it's just Dark Harvest.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, what do you think of Jinx? Because Yomi has taken Fleet on every Jinx game, and Domination has taken PTA.
Well, I think you need to take Fleet on Jinx, especially if you're into situations where the bonus movement speed on an auto will help you like secure a kill. Because it only takes one kill on this Jinx to like get her ghosted, right?
Right.
So I think it's perfectly fine. It keeps her safe in these early team fights. Gives her the bonus movement speed later in game. Theoretically, you have the damage between the rest of your comp to be able to get them low for you to be able to reset. You shouldn't be the
Ooh, nice
target.
sidestep out of Socks. And he lands the double snare onto both and still flashes. Don't know if he had to flash there, but will flash just to make sure he stays alive.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see if he could have maybe flash baited the Xin further under turret.
Yeah.
But, better safe than sorry. Game 5, you don't want to give up that first blood if you can help it. So, good on him to play that one safe.
Yeah, we'll have to teleport early to get back to lane, but no problem. We'll have boots and a refillable potion. Pink Penguin.
Slow on domination.
Yeah.
The slow from
domination.
Yomi onto Dark will keep Penguin safe.
Yeah, but that's slow. Oh, here comes another. But wait, we actually have. Wait, it goes wide. That might be enough to get Socks the Dice to be killed. Will Dajan be able to trade it back? He will be able to. And Alf doesn't have any mana. Dajan might actually be able to take this fight. I would say keep fighting. Yeah, it's just he gets the shield up, baits the flash out of Alf as well, and gets the flash out of Jinx in the bot side right after.
Oh no.
Pink Penguin's going in. Ashe is going to get exhausted. That's going to be a lot of damage mitigated. The Ignite goes down, but a really nice Q out of Pink Penguin to the fact that causes the cleanse have to come out of Ashe, and then the cleanse comes out of Jinx. Domination has one auto attack left on these. Will flash and autos the wrong one.
No.
Might be able to get a kill, just literally can't focus.
No way. And the minions are gonna kill.
And still gets the kill with the volley.
Oh my gosh.
That's a crazy fight.
Macaroni.
That's that
was one of the AD carry fights of all times. Yomi picks up one and Domination picks up one.
Yeah, that's wild. That exhaust was perfect.
Yeah, it stopped a lot of that initial Q damage from going, and it's just unfortunate that the
Wait a second. Wait a second. I don't know if you wanted to fight this.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Red loses this.
Red loses his hard. We'll have to flash over the wall.
Oof. And so that has to be a dragon look now from Conduit, right? You know, Red's completely out of this. There's no way he can contest the dragon now. And it should leave the door open for Phoenix to potentially go up for grubs right after.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is a level 6 Dobbs. He's going to look to try to get the solo here.
Will fall back actually, but it was potential. It was a good fight. Dobbs having that level advantage for a little bit and definitely taking advantage of having that level advantage. Like you said, this is a Drake look. It'll be a first Drake Chemtech. So not really, actually it is pretty damn good when you have an Asian on your team.
Yeah, not bad for an Ivern or any of the champions who benefit from healing or shielding power.
And now we have to look at how everything else is going. And it looks like there's no way Conduit's going to be able to go get both objectives. Okay, they will just kind of look at the grubs, but this is the earliest Drake we've had this whole series.
Yeah, well, again, it's like you find a really good pick on a bread after, you know he's on a reset dark. Really solid map movement there. And that really secured that first dragon. That's the play that led to it. So Asian's gonna finally get in his second back, while Bread's working on keeping his clear up, and Asian should be able to just start back blue and then make his way back up to those grubs. Probably be level 6 by then. I would assume this clear will get him 6, because he's gonna be able to pick up blue as well. So if he runs into Bread and Bread's not level 6, I think it's gonna be a little spooky for Bread.
Yeah, I mean, I think this whole game's gonna be spooky for Bread. Speaking of spooky for someone, Fenbach is just getting shredded by this Garen. Is up 10 CS, but
yeah, up 10 CS. So it's like
you don't have to back here.
If you can play these lanes that well, then more power to you. It looks like Bread may have started these grubs. He has, and they need to leave. Yeah, he can take one, but you have to leave the rest. And it's good that they were able to deny one grub, but they should absolutely not fight this situation.
Yeah,
Oh no.
This is going to be a pop blossom.
Oh wait, 6 off the camp, so Bread.
Yeah,
will
lives.
Be able to live off
Crazy.
the HP boost, and he pops the ult. So it's gonna be again more tempo going over to the side of Conduit, forcing off that ult. So if Red looks for another gank, it's gonna be scary. Oh no! And I think they know Nation's here. I'm not positive in saying that, but Nation's already out with the buff. He just smites it and goes. And Bread feels probably hard done by that. He's like, man, I'm feeling like I ain't got no help, boys. Help me out.
This is the first time Nation has been up. In fact, first time that Ivern has been up in CS. Also, out of every game that an Ivern's been in.
Yeah. And Ivern just has all the right tempo right now, it feels like, right? Bread is kind of just and having a tough thing until tempo fully resets. He's gonna continue to feel that hurt, which should be now basically. Everything should be pretty normal going into this next one. Wow, that actually hit.
Yeah, some of these abilities, man.
Just the tip. Game 5.
Just the tip. Game 5. Any truers in the chat?
Does Nico clone block Maokai ult?
Yes, it's a champion.
That's kind of a Giga Brain pick then.
Right?
Right? I didn't think about that interaction until just now. It was the same thing with Wukong, right? It's like the
way you can
same
Wukong clone yourself, because it's absolutely.
Wow.
Kind of cool actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, Yeah, very, very interesting. And Rock's making sure the vision stays clear. And the sapling will keep that vision for now. And the squad is running.
Squad is running, but we have a Drake fight about to happen potentially. We are going to get Singular Bread to get the...
wow, that did hit.
Yeah, Singular Bread's going to get the Rift Scuttle Crab. So we'll be vision of this dragon the whole time, at least while they're trying to start it if Conduit decides to. 15 seconds though, and Nasion's going to get flash for flash. And that's a lot of damage. The Super Mega Death Rocket's going to be enough to finish off. The Pop Blossom isn't going to be enough. Dark is going to potentially die. Will die. Gets more flashes than is needed. And Conduit being a little greedy. Nasion being a little too far up. And Muggies pull the trigger.
Yeah, Penguin doing really well at pulling the trigger there. Flash Eing. Just get on top of him. Guarantee that you're going to be able to hold him down. And I am shocked that they're letting Domination play this far up. Shouldn't be allowed to. Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, get the flash
kind of
out.
in a tough spot.
Some of these things are, you know, just mistakes in Game 5 that you don't want to see. But,
yeah, well, they make the game harder. That's really what it boils down to. You know, Yomi picks up 3 kills there. And it makes the game, or 2 kills, I'm sorry, 2 kills there, and makes the game a lot harder for Domination and the rest of the Conduit team. So it'll be interesting to see how if Yomi can continue to carry. I mean, he's definitely in the position to carry.
And Yomi has been one of those people all series where even if they haven't started off strong, they've played extremely strong, and especially on this Jinx. So this will be fun to watch. I do believe that if anyone is going to carry, it will be this Yomi, like you're saying. However, I do think that Ashe still has the ability to take over a fight, and Dobbs is still strong, and it's scaring all of them off. Talia's gonna wall him off. But Dobbs is in on this fight. Dark is ulted and trying to tank up as much as he can. Might have tanked off a little bit more than he can chew.
Too much.
And Fenbach is going to Q3 on the Nasion. Ult him back. Just greatly played. Sucks the Thighs walking up a little too far. Pop Blossom's going to land, but it's just not going to do enough damage. And Conduit are just falling apart Game 5.
Yeah, and really well spaced there by Monkeys. You get a really great Talia wall that blocks off Socks and Domination from Dark, and the fight's already split because Dobbs and Nasion are, you know, towards the top lane rather than the mid, so Dark's in a situation where he's in a 4v1, has to pop the ult early, isn't able to walk out. Really well played by Monkeys.
Yeah, I don't know, like, what else, like, it just seemed like Conduit just weren't on the same page, because, like, Dobbs was going in doing damage, and, I don't know. That's just tough.
The fight's just too split. Yep, fight was just too split. And it, you know, it's hard when that is the case, unfortunately.
Yeah, I still think Conduit can win this game. It's definitely not over, but man, Jinx is 4-1-2 in 14 minutes. It's close to over.
they have to find picks on her, right? Like small timing windows like this where she's not surrounded directly by the Maokai. You know, if they could get the shutdown relatively soon on this Jinx, it will be a situation where it's, you know, something they can play. But until then, it's gonna be tough. Rift Herald looked like it's gonna be taken by Bread, and
I don't think their first objective like that they've gotten over, because right now objectives are pretty even.
Yeah, this should be an absolute take for the side of Literal Monkeys.
I wonder where they're gonna play it, because mid's still pretty healthy. Top is about half. And I don't know what bot tower's at. I'm not gonna scroll. Here comes Dobbs going in for kill. Dobbs does have that CS lead finally. Was down for quite a while, but now up by about 10. And man, just Fenbach with just plated steel caps and a frozen fist is able to just basically withstand all of Dobbs's damage.
Yep. OP chimp. And Conduit's towards the top half of the map. And Dragon's the next objective, so it needs to be a situation where they need to
Start setting up.
Yeah, start setting up, and I don't know, they're looking like they want to dive here, but Finbach's wave is, I mean, the wave's just not right. Oh,
Wow.
no.
Garanolt's already used.
Yeah,
Rift
and I
Herald
don't
used
think you can
mid.
dive this.
They're looking for it. Are they gonna get another charge out of this?
They sure are, and Domination gets flash forwarded on.
And the
The
Pop
alt
Blossom
pipe.
does nothing. Domination
Really
actually
missed it.
dies. Domination actually dies to the Rift Herald charge.
Yeah, that's brutal. That is a brutal thing. Penguin's flash used on cooldown to flash onto these targets this game, just to lock them down, and it's a Simplicity is a
Oh my gosh, they really want this tower.
yes. Simplicity is a forgotten commodity. It's very easy to execute on Maokai. That's why the champion kind of has the popularity in this ELO, right? In both support and jungle, right? It's very easy to just flash, flash in and click on someone.
You're sitting here telling me that Maokai is easy? Bro, that champion is one of the hardest champions in my pool.
Well,
Kidding.
that is crazy.
I mean, my pool is Trundle, Warwick, Maokai, Amumu.
That's probably the easiest champion in your pool, shockingly enough.
Maokai? You think easier than Trundle?
Yeah, I think so. Because
Damn.
at least Trundle, you have to, auto attack. Maokai, you literally just have to hit E on someone.
And Q, and ult when your team wants you to.
Yeah,
So
but by the
Dobbs
time...
finally gonna get this tower top lane.
Yeah, and I wish Dobbs would have started Black Cleaver. I think it would have been easier for him in the grand scheme of things. But it is good that they got that tower relatively quickly and they don't, sit on it too long. If I'm monkeys, right, I'm throwing that Maokai ult towards mid on cooldown if they ever walk up that far. Because you're almost guaranteed one kill at that point. Yeah, like this is so illegal for them to be here. Dark has to eat it. And if I'm Penguin, I'm just holding it, right? Because you don't need to lock down Dark. Your target here is the
Jinx.
the Jinx, right? Or the Ashe. And if
Oh, yeah,
the
my
Ashe gives you a chance, take it.
If Ashe gives you a chance, you better smack that Ashe.
Yeah, and that should just be on cooldown, right? With their lead, warding vision has to be very strong for the side of Conduit, or they're going to have a extremely difficult time. And it looks like they're just playing the quick rotation towards this bot lane, and they will be able to take this.
Yeah, I would say they're already having an extremely difficult time.
Well, this is a really good macro decision by Conduit, right? Oh, I think Ashe should have just stayed bot. I don't think the rotation needed to happen back so quickly. This should allow Nico though to get this turret, take a reset, and be here if they try to Baron on spawn. Which they are hovering around, but I don't think they're looking to start.
Yeah,
And
I would hope they don't.
yeah, and Dark's having an extremely hard time on this Alistair. And I think the issue I have is, if we're gonna take a utility type mid anyways, take it on 3 and let your support get counter, right? He doesn't run into a situation where the game feels as hard for him, if that's the case.
So what, you talking about the Alistar?
Yeah, well, look at Alistar's stat line, right? It's
Didn't Alistar
kind
pick
of
into Maokai, or was Maokai...
Alistar picked on R3 and Maokai was 4, blue 4.
So what pick did you want them to change?
So if you're gonna take utility mid anyways,
Oh, the Nico.
just
right.
take it on R3 and let your support counter. I think you get a more favorable matchup and maybe something that pairs a little easier with the Ashe in this situation.
I feel ya, I squeal ya. Man, 4K gold lead, 20 minutes. We've seen
That's
this
a big gold
before.
lead.
Well, that's been the gold lead almost every game for one team. Conduit has had that gold lead 3 of the 4 games, and they are 2-2.
Yeah, nothing's impossible.
But
Oh,
some things are very hard.
yeah, Penguin's looking to. Oh, they're just gonna play mid. They don't need to fight for the dragon. Oh, but they're gonna stay here. They're gaining things. Oh, and Dobbs is gonna get spotted out by some wards. Oh, and that's flash forward by Penguin. I don't know if that's the target you should be looking
Yeah,
for.
and Penguin just ulted up and hit no one else.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
And now Kasande's in the pit's gonna have to ult someone out of it or jump over. And that,
Oh, man.
yeah, I was gonna say the Earth move, whatever the hell, Talia E down. And now this fight is even, except for the fact that there's some ults down on the side of Monkeys. Candy Crystal Arrow still up. Could look for
big
something.
Cassante.
Yeah, but will it be that big? Because it's
Conduit's
Dobbs on
in.
top of Jinx, but Dobbs just can't get damage. Flashes over the wall. I don't know if that was good. A triple
huge.
knockup out of Alistar. And oh my gosh, Domination flashed
Oh my
in on
goodness.
Naomi. It might be enough. Dark is trying so hard, but they can't get the finish. Jinx gets excited and will get out of the way so the volley doesn't get the
man.
kill. But Singular Bread is going to die. The
Oh.
Nasian shield is just enough to keep Domination alive. It's a 3 for 2.
Good Lord.
Wait, Sox the dives,
Okay.
flashes forward and gets the kill. It's a 4 for 2, and Conduit's gonna get the Drake. What a crazy fight.
Yeah, and it's very rare that a Maokai scuffs a play so badly, but I don't know if it wasn't called. He flashes in on Dobbs, uses everything, and then flashes up because he thinks an engage is happening on the other side of the fight. Ult doesn't hit anything, and then you're in this weird spot where your primary engage tool is down. Cassante hit a huge Q3 there on multiple members of Conduit, but again, there's just not enough to keep this Ashe down. Ashe flashing forward onto the Jinx almost kills her, and if that would have happened, it may have been devastating for Monkeys, right? You give over that huge shutdown and Ashe gets another kill. It would have been a much scarier situation.
Yeah, it's still not a great one though for Monkeys either way. Huge plays on a Conduit, like you just said, and explained. Very, very well played by. I mean, I want to say like Dobbs really just confused them. I think, I don't know. Like Dobbs just outplayed them by playing bad. Like it's wild.
Well, it's one of those situations that if Dobbs ever gets on your back line and stuff, and you don't get him off, you're gonna have a hard time with it. And I hate this champ, man. I hate this champion so
Cassante?
much. Such a cheese champ, and they're gonna go straight to Baron.
Yeah,
And
this has happened before. Will Conduit get there in time?
Oh,
Hey, the one person that you want to be over there is close. Will Nasian have the foresight to check it?
yeah. I
Doesn't
mean,
have
they
any
definitely know
wards.
They definitely know what's happening.
Oh, they're gonna
and the
TP in and actually just
TP
pull him off.
Oh,
Wait,
they're gonna just do it.
I was gonna say, you
if
can
they
just
start it. Oh, that's a huge blunder, I think, for Monkeys.
Yeah, it's because now it's a 5v4.
You're
Here's
in a
Dark.
5v4 situation. Dark's on the side.
Oh, they got Zin
Oh,
caught out.
and
Zin
that's
had
a
to pop.
huge
Oh,
knock
Dark
up.
is in the middle of everybody.
Oh.
Ashe is free firing on the Alf. Baron's healing, but I don't think they care. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is gonna hit the Maokai. That's another kill there. And
Oh, and
Cassandre
shit.
teleported in.
Oh, and I think it's still a situation where they can't contest this. And Monkeys are in shambles. They had a 4K gold lead, and you were just telling me this has been a thrown lead before, and now Monkeys are on the back foot. This is hard for Monkeys to deal with now, and they don't know Bread's here. They do now.
Yeah,
and
this is exactly how Conduit
scary.
lost game 2.
Scary. Oh, and they're just gonna go over. Okay.
Huge plays out of Dobbs.
Oh my god.
Nation lands the Q, so Dobbs is able to just hop over the wall into melee attack range, and Socks to Thighs blocks the Super Mega Death Rocket, so it can't come in and get the steal.
Man.
And Conduit up 1,000 gold now with the Baron, got the Drake, got the kills, and they have taken momentum.
This is the game 5 that, you know, legends are made of, where it's very back and forth. Monkeys had a great gold lead at the 20-minute mark, just to be thrown away from a sloppy dragon fight, and then an overzealous Baron call where, you know, Conduit really didn't have to use many of those, you know, globals to get to these places. Dobbs was able to TP into pit, and you know, the rest of the team, you know, they just didn't pull the trigger fast enough on it.
Yeah, I just Conduit outplaying on all fronts during that fight, and it looked like Fenbach might get caught out again by with the Salazar coming down.
And you can tell the momentum, the everything is much more in favor of Conduit, and he's just gonna keep it held completely down. Finbach's gonna try to run there, and Monkeys is gonna collapse quicker.
Yeah, well, I mean, here comes Domination. Baby. That is a really good redemption, but Not So Dark is in the front, and he's taking everyone, and he knocks Jinx right over, and the flash Pop Blossom is enough to kill the Jinx, and Domination is just destroying everyone else with the constant Qs. Dobbs gets the kill onto the Maokai, Domination gets the kill onto everyone else, and Conduit are just playing out of their minds.
That was an insane fight by Conduit. Monkeys think they have him on the back end with the zoning of the Maokai Ard. Neither carry get hit by it. They play it slow. They play it patient. The front line's able to hold up just long enough with Baron buff, and they get a huge fight where they finally get that Jinx shut down, and I believe that shutdown went over to Nico.
That's Jinx's second death. I don't know who got the first.
Yeah, it was at the very beginning of the game in lane. It was Ash.
Oh, okay. So then, yeah, that shutdown went to Nico. Yeah, the Nico got the kill there for sure.
Yeah, and so it's like an insane 3 minutes.
Yeah, Dark
for Conduit.
Holding the headbutt, landing the pulverize, getting behind the Jinx, headbutting Jinx backwards, and then Socks to Thighs, using Rocket Belt Flash Pop Blossom to get the kill in the shutdown. Just beautiful League of Legends.
Yeah, they're really paying attention to one another. And you can tell, right, that starts with Finbach being up just a little too far, not needing to be up that far. And then everyone on Monkeys kind of over-rotating, trying to make sure Finbach stays alive, which is what Conduit ultimately wanted, because they do have that Baron buff and they do have the tempo advantage. So taking a fight like that.
Oh! It actually hits Jinx, but Maokai's there to make it so that means nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I saw Dark over to the side. I'm like, man, they might take it. But I think it's hard to take without Dobbs as your frontliner right now, as your kind of frontline damage. And I think we talked about this a couple times. Dobbs is, you know, just a huge nuisance for this Monkeys squad.
Yeah, I mean, Dobbs has been playing every single one of these games phenomenally. Like the constant bright spot on Conduit's teams, even in their losses, even in their victories. So it may be Garen, but he's still being obnoxious. He's still being annoying. He's still 2-1-5. Still Dobbs day. Ash on 3 items.
Yeah, Ash, and again, that's huge for the Ash, right? Ash was behind Jinx until the last few fights have just been extremely beneficial for her, to where she's up a small amount of gold, not
Jinx
anything
actually
huge
up
over that.
items now because Ash sold Blade, Doran's Blade,
Oh.
and Jinx didn't.
So yeah, maybe Ash or maybe Jinx is still technically ahead in gold. It's got to be close.
The gold's
either way.
so close to where it's like one person
Yeah.
sold an item for 200 gold to buy it earlier.
Oh,
Like,
and Brett
oh,
may
and
have to
there's
all
the
here.
minion!
Oh,
And Singular Brett got knocked away!
oh, it's such a late, very late. Oh, and Penguin's on top of the Ash here.
Yeah.
And Ash has the flash. Nation's off
Oh,
to
the
the side.
zap doesn't hit. Wait, that
Oh,
ult might be
boy.
bad for
Yeah, wait a minute.
monkeys.
That all looked a little spooky.
So Pink Penguin cued socks to thighs backwards right as Pop Blossom went up. It didn't get the kill. That's,
Yeah, and this is crazy engage here by Dark. I don't think you can fight this.
there's a lot of damage coming out of Domination, but Dark is going to just end up falling.
And this may be a end angle, right? Monkeys may just try to push it down. They have a lot of time. Their health bars are pretty full.
5
Maokai
seconds.
doesn't have R or Flash. I mean, there's definitely an inhib falling.
Yeah, right when we were singing Conduit's praises, they immediately make a mistake. And it's a big one.
It was such a late Zhonya's by Sox there. It was just too late. You have to be able to realize the situation's going sour quicker than that. You know, you don't have your Ivern in there, you don't have your Garen there. And by the time they're able to fully rotate, the fight is so...
So Dobbs is pinging that he wants to go try to get bot inhibitor. And now everyone's moving over onto this Baron. Nation does not have ults. Oh, he might be able to get in. Oh, he does, but he's not able to steal. That's not good for Conduit that Nation is also dead. However, everyone's just going to back. Dobbs might be able to get a tower. It's going to be close. He's going to have to run away.
Yeah, he's gotta get out.
He got the tower anyways.
They will get the tower, yeah. So that
Everyone chasing
positive...
Dobbs instead of killing minions. Dobbs is just that much of a nuisance.
Yeah, and that's what Garen does. The scary thing is that gold is basically even now. And tempo-wise, monkeys are giga ahead, right? Tempo-wise, monkeys are exactly where they want to be. They have the mid inhib down. They're gonna be able to get this third drag. They should be able to get it uncontested, right? Conduit should not fight for this. They should let tempo fully reset and make sure their waves are in a positive spot, because it got a little hairy there.
Yeah, Nation was so close to getting that Baron steal.
Yeah.
At least so close. Like, he might have been in the pit in time to actually try, like, have a chance. I'm not entirely sure on that timing, but it's
They're gonna actually push while they have Baron. Oh.
Yeah, Dobbs is hashtag spinning to winning into these minions. And it looks like
Interesting that they didn't. Yeah, now there they go. Okay.
I was gonna say they aren't. I don't think Conduit's gonna try to contest the Drake, but they are gonna hawk shot it to see that it's being done. And they're gonna see it's a little bit too low, and they're not gonna go. So now it's officially 6 Drakes taken in 34 minutes. Next Drake will be Soul, and Pink Penguin DCs again.
In game 5? Not in my game 5.
Pink Penguin DC'd in another game too, and we had to wait like 4 minutes.
Oh man, I hope we don't have to wait 4 minutes again.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. Like rain.
Hey,
Oh man.
what's chat think about this game 5 so far? Is game 5
I see
crazy,
that
bro?
I see that the N in Asian stands for massive wiener, according to Glada.
I don't think any of those words have an N in it. I guess there's an N in wiener.
No, it's massive wiener.
I hate that. I'm not a fan of that one. Yeah, both teams have had their moments in the sun and their moments where they just want to curl up and die. And it's literally it's gonna come down to
D
like one
in
fight.
Dobbs stands for the massive wiener. Hell yeah, it does, Clado.
I don't like
Hell
this
fucking yeah,
meme.
it does.
I don't like this meme where we just put the first person's name in front of, you know, the term massive wiener. I don't know where this is coming from. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's crazy. This game's crazy. And I feel like all the wind got sucked out of me just now, waiting, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hate this. Oh, look what Big Angry Hobo said in the chat.
Yeah, I'm banning that guy.
Yo! He's your first, like, 12-month sub.
True, thanks. Thanks, Big Angry Hobo. Oh boy.
Right. I started a poll in the chat.
You started a poll? What's the poll? Is no. Alright, everyone answer that. What the hell? This isn't this isn't even there's no yeah, I was about to say this poll is bad. I hate this poll. I will vote though.
Hey, I know what you just voted for because it just went 1-1 and 1.
I cannot Chat, can we lock in on game 5 and stop talking about wieners? It looks like we may be getting back into game.
Yeah, I saw an R. And it looks like chat has spoken. Ipsy's lover is what
Wow.
Keys is.
Well, that's good.
Oh man, Manischewitz, and we're back in now. Wait for pause number 2 happening in about 3, a 2, a 1, a pause. I hope it didn't this time, but it probably will still.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It was 4 seconds
it was
off.
just a little too early.
Wahoo!
Just a little too early with it. Oh man. Don't worry, I'll pop back out.
Let me cheer 10,000 in the Conduit sub real quick.
How long is
All right, we're in the game.
We are in the game. How much longer is on this Baron? It should. I wouldn't.
It's a minute, 55 seconds.
55 seconds still left on it. Oh my goodness. And they may try to pressure for the second one too.
Yeah.
The second inhib.
I think
if that's the case,
say,
no,
they might be able to get. Huge.
Wow.
But it's on Cassante of all people. Cassante is too tanky for this.
Oh no!
Domination's
has not used. Forward.
Domination's gonna die. Bread might die for it too, though. Socks to thighs.
Very bad.
Dies as well. They are able to get the 1 back on the singular bread.
This may be an end angle for Monkey. No, never mind. Cassante back.
Cassante's TP'd in. And so is Alf. This absolutely is an end angle.
This is an end angle. Some heroics have to come through, and I don't know if they can. Ark needs to try to find. Oh, and he stuns himself on the rocks.
Ooh, still a big damage, but Dobbs is absolutely trying his best, but there's just nothing he can do.
Yeah. and that's gonna be Monkeys figuring it out in game number 5. Oh man, and that's tough, right? Phoenix fall in 5, having that game well in their hands, just to watch it kind of fall away. Really tough final game for Conduit, but congratulations to the Monkeys. Really really intense series. After that game 4 to bounce back and say, look, we still got this. It's all good. They even had a lot of really good flash forwards onto the carries to kind of initiate the fights in that early game. Had a little bit of a silly one around the second drag, but ultimately the spacing and everything wins for the side of Monkeys here, and they will take the series and they will play Dorado in the finals, and they'll feel good about that because they beat Dorado the final week of the regular, and so you think that the Monkeys, who started the season, I believe, 1-4 maybe, or 1-3, 1-4, make a couple roster changes and they're right back in there with it. So congratulations to both teams. Monkeys, congratulations to making it back to the finals. It's been a while since I think you guys have been in a final for this division, so it's good to see him back.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see him back. And thank you. Again, I feel like every best of 5 I end up casting. When I say I don't want to stay up late and it starts at 8 p.m., I'm here at 1 a.m. going to bed. So, thank you for that. It was absolutely banger series. Every game was close, really, except for game 4, where Conduit had kind of a decisive victory. But just one decisive victory is not enough to take the best of 5. Monkeys will be playing Dorado in the finals. So don't go cheering for Conduit in the finals, because we won't be there, but we can be there in spirit, and that's what matters.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there watching the content. Just because the Conduit team's there doesn't mean we won't be. Don't be seeing how this crazy season has turned out for everybody.
Absolutely. All right, well, I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm gonna go raid Travis Gafford. You can watch him play some Magic the Gathering or leave, your choice. And y'all have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you all for coming out and watching. Thank you to Fury for casting the first 4 games. Thanks, Genetics, for coming in and picking up game 5. And we will see you next time on the Conduit channel. Have a good night.
Bye.